You guys ready? All right, everyone, we'll get started. Welcome to the June 13th, 2024 BAR Small Meeting. My name is Lindsay Van Slambrook. I'll be your chairwoman this evening. Fellow board members present tonight are Bill Turner, Julia Martin, Bill Huey, and Fillmore Wilson. City staff present this evening are Frankie Pinto, BARS Administrator, and Rachel Four, Preservation Planner. The order of tonight's meeting will be as follows. For each project, we'll hear an introduction overview of the project from city staff for the benefit of the board and the public. This will be followed by the applicant's presentation. If you're speaking with the applicant, this would be owners, designers, consultants. Please approach the podium, state your name first and last for the record, and you'll have a period of 10 minutes to present your project. The applicant's presentation will be followed by public comment. Written public comments that were timely submitted have been provided to the board in advance of the meeting. If you're speaking as a member of the public, I'll recognize you, and please again approach the podium, state your name first and last for the record, and your address if you're a neighbor nearby. Followed by public comment, we'll hear city staff comments and recommendations. And then once we've heard from city staff and the public, the applicant will have a 5-minute period of time to respond to or clarify anything raised in the public comment or the city staff comments and recommendations. Once the applicant response period is closed, we'll move into board discussion and a vote on each application, and results will be posted online on the city's website. No items have been withdrawn or deferred this evening. Please remember to turn off all of your cell phones, and that the purview of this board is architecture only. So any concerns related to zoning, livability, lot lines, that kind of thing are not within the purview of this board and should not be voiced here. Okay, agenda item A1 is review of the minutes from the May 23rd, 2024 meeting. I make a motion to approve with the edit I circulated to the board earlier this afternoon. Do I have a second? Second. Thank you, Julia. All in favor? None opposed. The motion passes unanimously. Agenda item B1, 95 Gordon Street. Frankie, if you'll give us an introduction and overview of the project, please.
Yes, ma'am. 95 Gordon Street is in Wagner Terrace, which is Council District 6. It is a Category 4, circa 1947, in the Historic Materials Demolition purview, requesting partial demolition, which includes a portion of back wall and a rear portion of the roof. This is the property's location on Gordon Street. Some existing site photos. Context of Gordon Street. And sandboard map showing the history of the property. And I will turn it over to the applicant.
Thanks, Frankie. I'm Andrew Stiles. I'm the owner of the house. Frank, if you don't mind going to the next. Yeah, so what we're doing is just adding a living room off the back of our house that's connecting to our existing kitchen. You know, I know you highlighted that the project has a partial demolition of the back wall. I don't know if that's a technical term, but we're not planning on touching any of the current.
So the way that the board looks at it, if you are altering or kind of framing in that wall, we consider it a demolition because it's going away for us.
Okay, that's fine.
So that's the extent of our purview.
Okay.
Are we allowing this opening in the wall, and are we allowing this alteration to the roof?
Perfect. So if you go, just slowly click through. Here's our existing footprint where our deck is on the left side, and we're building a living room almost on the identical same footprint extending off our house. Next slide. As you can see on the top, that's the current view of our roof structure in the back and what it looks like from the side. If you were on 11th Street, there's an empty lot there, and you can kind of see, you know, that's the side of our house. On the bottom is what it'll look like afterwards. So an extension of the roof and, you know, again, very modest sort of addition on the back. Next slide. Same thing, view from the other side, from the west side of the roof, again, coming off the back of our house. Next picture, Frankie. And again, here's where you can see through that empty lot and currently see our roof line, where the roof of the addition will attach on the back. That's it.
Are there any questions for the applicant? Thank you.
Yep.
Do you have any public comment?
Laurel Bay with Preservation Society of Charleston. The PAC appreciated the opportunity to visit the site this morning. As a rear addition is explored in this location, we ask the scope of demolition be reduced to allow the rear corner of the original footprint of the house to remain legible. Thank you.
April Wood, Charleston Foundation. We appreciated the site visit this morning, and we also suggested the back corner of the house and roof rake is preserved so that the original form of the house is easily discernible. With this recommended modification, we are in support of the application.
Is there anyone else? Okay. Frankie, if you'll give us city staff comments and recommendations, please.
We just had a couple observations. We appreciated that the proposed demolition does not interact with the ridge line of the roof. And that the demolition is limited to rear portion of the house. So staff recommendation is for approval of demolition.
Thank you, Frankie. Mr. Stiles, did you want to respond to or clarify anything raised in the public comment and city staff comments?
No.
All right, public comment in the applicant's presentation is now closed. We'll move into board discussion and a vote.
I think it's generally fine, and I just had the same minor consideration that the preservation groups did, that east wall be inset, just enough to let that old corner read and let the existing rake be independent, especially since it is visible from the east through that empty lot, but otherwise, no issue with this.
I agree with that. Actually, in your construction, it's gonna make it easier to do that, to pull it off that corner. Because there's a void, it's a brick veneer house as drawn. So there's a void in between your brick and your framing on the house that's there now. If you return that corner, your new wall will hit it perpendicular. Rather than trying to intersect it, just to let you know.
And leave my brick inside, apparently.
Yeah, you're gonna leave the brick inside, I think you just said. It'll actually be an easier construction detail to intersect that perpendicular to that corner. A lot easier. Seal the vapor seal it, put it that way.
Okay, yeah, I agree that southeast corner should be demolished at least for some inches back. Southeast corner, of the bottom corner of the gate. Which is, so I don't know if we were addition on that, but I'm in favor of approval.
So issues on it.
Say 6 inches, that's all right.
Unless it's the whole brick on return. It can be attention.
Okay.
Just one brick on return.
All right.
Because where's
Question though, if they're leaving the, and you all know building more than I do, but if they're leaving the brick on the interior and I don't think we can sit.
We're just governing what's visible to the public in the future,
Yeah.
you know what I mean?
Leave the corner
Oh.
differentiates the addition.
Because if they're covering it up.
Yeah, I mean. Right, we're just saying to leave that corner in different shape.
Mhm.
And it does conveniently. Make an easier construction detail for you, by the way, by doing this, so.
saying, but since we can only make a motion about the demolition, and we would approve the demolition with the for condition that some inches of the southeast corner not be demolished.
Did you just make a motion?
Minimum of 6 inches.
But 6 inches.
Minimum of 6.
6, yeah.
You said
I'll second that.
6 inches of the southeast corner
I
Yes.
think that's right.
be retained. All right, we have a motion on the floor for approval of demolition with a board condition that a minimum of 6 inches of the southeast corner be retained. Do I have a second to Fillmore's motion? Motion to a vote. Bill Huey,
Yeah.
Bill Turner,
Yeah, in favor.
Fillmore, Julia, Chair votes the majority and the motion passes unanimously. Thank you. Okay, agenda item 252 St. Margaret Street. Frankie, will give us an introduction and overview of the project, please.
52 St. Margaret Street is in Wagner Terrace, Council District 6. It is a category 4, circa 1940 in the historic materials demolition purview. Requesting partial demolition, including rear addition, portion of rear wall and portion of the roof. This is the property's location on St. Margaret and 12th Avenue. Some existing site photos. Well, actually, this was before it was painted. And this was after. And some context of St. Margaret. And we had a couple of historic photos. And I will turn it over to the applicant.
Yeah, Thomas Aker, the owner applicant for this property. So we are just looking to add on to the rear side of our house. We had to go through the get a variance approval for that as well already, and work with the neighborhood association on trying to stay true to the character, charm of the neighborhood. Which the neighborhood association did write a letter in support and reason we're trying to go back and we're going up, but our roof is only going to be 5 feet higher than the existing roof line. Minimize that. We're trying not to go too high, but we're adding on a living room and a 4th bedroom. So own family. Trying to accommodate all that. There'll be some pictures on the slide that shows where we're doing. It's about, I think the architect told me it's about 64 square feet of the existing roof line that's going to be adjusted. So that's the current layout of the home. Yeah, so that's a mechanical room where that door is. There's just a fridge in there right now. Nothing else. It opens up into the crawl space. And then the left side is where the laundry room is. And so what I did is there should be a slide showing this. I went underneath the house. Yeah, the brick is very consistent on the front part of the home. It's smooth and the mortar's a little bit different, not as uniform. And then on these, the parts that we're looking to tie into, the 3-hole brick and they look newer. So I don't know if it's original to the home or not, but I was told in our area that if you see smooth brick, that's older. And when you see the 3-hole brick, that is a newer addition that was done. Just wasn't successful in finding proof of that, but that is what I've seen on site. But yeah, I mean, that pretty much sums it up. Just hoping that we get approval for that. We're just kind of going back a little bit right there and not doing too much. This can change.
Just so I'm perfectly clear, you're just asking to take off those 2 little appendages at the rear. Is that correct?
We're going to tie in to those, yeah. So it's going to tie into those. So those appendages will be gone and meet in. It'll butt up to the garage as well.
So you're not cutting into the roof or doing anything?
I didn't think we were, but we are. That's what my architect said today is that we will be going into the roof line. And it's about 64 square feet is what will be touched.
Can you show us if we can check to that?
There should be a picture on this of showing where it was going to tie into.
On the side or
There's no raised or anything
Is
to.
there a bird's eye view?
I don't think there was the floor plan.
I think, is there a roof plan?
Yeah.
Oh, okay. Could you show us here?
Sure, so, it's going to start tying in here and then down to here, and then we're gonna run the, addition back to here.
Is the existing roof on the house going to be affected at all as far as cutting into it, or is it dropping below the eave of the existing house?
It's going to be 5 feet above the existing. So my original understanding was that, we weren't going to be touching this, but he did say today that it's about 64 square feet that was affected by it. But he does not believe it will be noticeable as it's facing, as it's north, on the back side of the property. It's more, if you're looking at the house, it's kind of tucked away on the right side, not on 12th Street side. Yeah, so here's 12th Street, so it'd be on this area, don't believe would be visible from the street.
Thinking, would it make sense for us to consider deferring this
So we can
to
see.
staff? I mean, like, and potentially he could clarify what he's talking about to you and that would be okay. Then we can talk about everything. But,
Even as far as
as
what?
far as the main roof, yeah,
We can make a decision on.
the
200
smaller
pieces.
thing, yeah, that makes sense.
Any other questions for the applicant? Thank you. Do we have anyone speaking?
April Forest, Mr. Charleston Foundation, ATM has reviewed the application for partial demolition, including the rear addition and wall, and portion of the roof of 52 St. Margaret Street. And we appreciated the site visit this morning. Unfortunately, we are unclear about the scope of demolition being requested. We are not opposed to the removal of the 2 rear bump out additions. If a portion of the roof is to be removed, we believe more information should be submitted to the board by the applicant for further evaluation.
All in favor of the Preservation Society of Charleston. The PSC was grateful to have the opportunity to visit the site this morning. Based on the materials provided, the scope of the requested demolition is unclear, especially regarding the roof and rear chimney. We ask for deferral for clarification of historic materials and features impacted by this proposal. Thank you.
Is there anyone else speaking? All right, Frankie, if you give the city staff comments and recommendations, please.
Staff just had observations that we appreciated the thoroughness of the research provided, all the photos of bricks, et cetera, under the house. And the rear bump outs, while historic, were not original to the house, so we were recommending approval of demolition.
Thank you. Mr. Is it Acree or Acree?
Agree.
Acree, did you want to respond to or clarify anything raised in the public comment or in the city staff comments?
I'll be completely honest, I am so new at this, so we're deferring this because, what am I lacking? And I'll-
We still have to speak as a board and then we'll explain whatever decision we come to that we'll explain to you.
Yeah, so I mean, again, I'm so sorry on this, but my understanding is that we're not changing our roof lines, we're just tying into it, and like it's very minimal space, and that was the biggest, our concern was for y'all coming to the forward with the bump outs. We just want to make sure that was okay, but that's the biggest part that's going to be, go away is that. So yeah, so I'm sorry, I'm not as prepared.
One question, are you proposing to remove the chimney or is that kind of stuff?
The chimney, I'm sorry, that picture's not on the, and again, I'm so sorry, Sam. My understanding is that the chimney was not going to go, but it's going to be affected, like it's going to stay above. But where it is, where the house is, that part will be going. There's no chimney in the home.
Okay.
Inside the home, there's no chimney. That's just that, outside.
It was probably for a farm or something.
Yeah, so there's no, yeah, so that part on the face side of the house, is going to be built over as well.
All right, public comment and the applicant's presentation is now closed. We'll move into board discussion and a vote. And I say this more for the benefit of the public. this board were familiar with it, but in this particular area of town, we only have purview over demolition, and we technically cannot consider what goes in its place, which as it may become clear, it's a little awkward for us, because if we could see what went in its place, and we could better able to view the demolition, so just as a reminder to anyone, and only consider what is being removed.
I don't have any issue with taking two little additions off, but I do think there is an issue here in the fact that there is clearly that there's going to be roof demolition, which we do not have adequate information in the submittal. Make a determination on, and I think so maybe we could defer and with. So it didn't have to come back to the board.
I would like
Is there
to.
some way?
Well, couldn't we, I mean, as approved as submitted, the only request is to demolish those two pieces, and those plans don't show any roof demo. And then if they need, unless I'm,
The way it's described on the agenda is portions of roof, and I don't know where that's coming from, but I think that would need to be eliminated from the approval.
That was from our understanding, because as we were understanding, there was a rear addition being added. And also that it would be built up, so we said, okay, well, that meant at least the eve of the roof would have to be demolished.
so is it easier to defer the whole thing, or
We can defer, we can do both.
I think we can rule on the two additions, the two bump outs.
And I'll just say this is a case that shows it does not hurt for us to see what's proposed, because we can understand, and that would make it easier for them graphically to clarify what they're asking to remove.
And if it were something, a minor roof alterations removal, like such as an eave, I would feel comfortable with staff handing that. And
that's something staff?
staff is uncomfortable, they can send it back to the board.
Sure.
If y'all are okay with that, yeah, we could do that.
I'll make a motion for approval of demolition of the two rear appendages and deferral of any additional demolition for staff review.
Okay, so we have a motion on the floor for approval of demolition of the two appendages and deferral of any additional demolition for staff review. Do I have a second to Julia's motion?
I'll second.
Put the motion to a vote. Belmont,
Nay in favor.
Bill Huey,
Yeah,
Julia, in favor, Bill Turner.
Yeah, in favor.
Chair votes to the majority, and the motion passes unanimously. So what we've done, we've approved demolition of those two back pieces, and because it's unclear on the roof, we've deferred it, and maybe staff would be
So
able
we'll
to.
work with you and your architect on determining what portion of that roof we're talking about.
So you may have to come back before the board if staff doesn't feel that they have the authority to approve it at a staff level, but you've at least gotten,
So I will reach out to your architect tomorrow.
Okay.
and you're done.
Thank you. Thanks for being nice.
Okay, agenda item 311 Wesson Avenue. Frank, could give us an introduction overview of the project, please.
11 Weston is also in Hampton Park
Oh.
Terrace.
Fillmore. I'm sorry, go ahead.
Which is Council District 6. Their category 4 is Group 1 within our material policy for North Line Street. This is circa 1915 in the historic materials demolition purview. Also requesting partial demolition, including a rear addition and portion of roof. Here is the property location on Weston Avenue. Some existing site photos. Some context of Weston. And Gigi Street. And this is the photo from our architecture inventory from 2004. And table map showing the history of the structure. And I will turn it over to the applicant.
Thank you, Joel Adrian, Cold Creek designer for the addition at 11 Weston. Frank, is this working?
It should be, let me click on here and, all right, give it a go and see if you point it toward my computer. Yeah, there you go.
So, council recently sold, the new owner is looking to do an addition on the left side, and looking at really I call this the front, even though this is not the western side of the deck, to me is the front. Just some context photos that you've probably already seen, and then the history of the property. And I think the importance of this is that the area that we're really seeking demolition for on the left side is, or rear is not historic. It was not really the house. It's a one-story addition that was done. And so, yeah. Existing survey and our proposed site plan. I'm sorry that we rotated at 90 degrees on you, but if you look at this, the left side is sorry, it's not. Here's go back here. The left side is the one-story addition that was done, and then there's a little shed in the back left corner. And our proposal is to remove that one-story addition and then build back in its footprint 2 stories and tie into the roof. So the demolition of the roof is having to overframe our new structure on top. This is just the floor plan that shows the area that's proposed for demolition. And a great room and kitchen area on that first floor. And then the existing second floor, you can see the part to the left, it's just single line, so it shows that that's just roof, because that's the 1-story area that we're demolishing. And then we go back, we're gonna do a master suite on the west side, and reserve as 2 bedrooms and then addition that was done on top of the porch that it's horrible. I haven't been able to convince the client to get rid of that. That's our 1-story addition being removed. And then this is the proposed new roof to go on top. And so key elements on this, there's a chimney, a blue chimney that's right on the ridge of that new roof going on top. We're going to preserve that chimney. We will extend it up, make sure it extends out of the house the same distance that it currently does. So that part at least won't be impacted. There will be significant overframing, as you can see in these pictures. So our right side, that's the existing house outside of the house. Rear, so we do call it rear. You can see the 1-story, that part's being removed, and then the 2 stories being built. We're putting a hip roof to match with the hip roof that's there. And you'll see the Weston Avenue side, on the opposite side. And those are just, again, pictures of what's existing.
Any questions for the applicant?
What type of roof is on the structure? Is it a turn metal roof?
So it appears to be a turn metal roof. Sorry, went the wrong way again. I don't know if any of these pictures show it clearly. We're trying to get any of the pictures that you have. Not show it better, but we were planning on, we would go back with that same textile roofing as far as mechanic back.
It's recent. Yeah.
With this being turn metal and you're not able to get turn metal anymore, how do you plan on making that transition?
And as I think you look at that, so there was question, the current owner said that in the seller's disclosure, it means that your roof was replaced back in 2016. But I was not able to find any record of a permit being pulled for that. But so our goal was the roof that's on there to go back with the mattress, close to matches as available.
Does it look like it's a new roof?
So I don't believe it looks like it. When I look at it, it might have been painted roof, it might have been the original painted in it because it looks like it's faded.
Mhm. Any other questions? Thank you. Is there anyone speaking from the public?
Laurel Bay of Preservation Society of Charleston. The PAC is not opposed to the removal of the non-historic addition, but cannot support the demolition of such a large portion of the original roof and rear elevation to facilitate a new addition. This house has undergone a number of alterations to its original form over the years, and the distinctive roof is a clear house feature that is important to preserve. Any future addition should engage with the historic house below the eave to preserve the original roof form. We ask for deferral for further study. Thank you.
Yeah, Ms.
My name's Kevin Everly. I live at 367 President Street. Sort of as a quick side note, I'm the president of our Hampton Park Terrace Neighborhood Association. It was listed on the National Register back in 1997. This is one of the contributing houses to the National Register. And we generally, as a neighborhood association, oppose anything where the owner and applicant has not reached out to the neighborhood, which has not happened here, so I'll say that. But as to the merits, I've lived in the neighborhood for nearly 30 years. I bicycle past this house just about every day on my way to work. It's possible, I suppose, that the roof was replaced without my noticing it, but it seems hard to believe, so I'll say that. As far as the addition, I think Bill noticed that the house flares out between the first and the second floors, which I think is going to be a very awkward way to integrate if the back wall is perfectly flat. We're going to end up with a weird sort of flare out, which it's not really shown on any of the drawings, but frankly, if you could, or maybe I can.
Here, let me go back to the,
Go back to some of the photos, or maybe one of the close-up photos.
see it in this one.
Well, it's still kind of hard to see, but right here,
You can see
like you can see sort of like a little bit flare out right here. I just note that that's going to be awkward on the back. The addition, I don't think anybody in the neighborhood is opposed to the removal of the addition. It's not really terribly subordinate to the main house, and it might be nice to pull it in a little bit, especially from the back, to avoid that bump out issue. The one point that I did want to make that wasn't really addressed is the removal of the proposed removal of the little hood over the front door. And that actually is pretty significant. And I know the board doesn't have control over what goes back, but the removal of that hood would really be pretty bad. When we listed on the National Register now so many years ago, this form of house was called a lateral gable by Sarah Fick, who did the application for us. And there are several other examples in the neighborhood. I just printed out a couple of photos and thought I would just pass these down, let you see these. These are all examples of lateral gable homes that all have the same format. And without exception, they all have walls that have perhaps a little pilaster on each side of the door, but they don't have front porches. That's not just a stylistic thing that is important. It's also actually required. And the reason I say that is that in 1912, when the neighborhood was developed by Amy Allen, she came up with a series of covenants that were imposed on every lot in the 1912 edition, including my own house, and there are hundreds of them. One of the covenants, and these run with the land, as we would say in law, they're still buying the current owner. And one of the requirements is that on north-south running streets like this one, that the front of the house cannot be any closer than 15 feet to the property line, which is the inside edge of the sidewalk. And frankly, maybe I can do it, sorry. If you go back, sorry, can you go back to that aerial view? Like sort of toward the beginning. There we go. You can actually see, and I have a picture of this as well, but I thought I would just do this here. The front of this house is in perfect alignment with the front porch of every house along the street. If you turn the corner, the edge of the little sleeping porch is in perfect line with every house on UG Street. This one looks a little off, but that's a tree covering the porch, which is why it looks like it's set back. Every house in the neighborhood is done exactly the same way. And having a bump out would not only be different than all of the other houses, it would be a violation of the covenants, which could be you know, a lawsuit, but so I would hate to see that bump out, and nobody ever uses those front stoops anyway, but I would hate to see that little hood lost, even if it's gonna be somehow replicated, so. Opposed.
April Wood, Historic Charleston Foundation. HCF has reviewed the application, and we appreciated the site visit this morning. We also greatly appreciate the historical information provided in the application showing the development and evolution of the site. We do not oppose the demolition of the one-story non-historic addition on the house. We do have concern about the demolition of the historic wood shingle siding, which is a character-defining bell curve at the base of the second floor, the historic windows, and the historic roof form. All of these features are important character-defining elements of the house. Removal of these elements will also dramatically alter the historic form of the house. We respectfully recommend approval of the demolition of the one-story addition, but denial of the other portions of the request. Thank you.
Is there anyone else speaking? All right, Frankie, if you give us city staff comments and recommendations, please.
Okay, staff had a couple observations. One, that we appreciated the thoroughness of the documentation that was provided. And two, the rear addition is from 1981, which actually would not place it under BAR purview at this time because it's less than 50 years old. So obviously staff has no issue with removing that. But we agree that the historic roof of the house should remain intact. We do not believe that a portion of the roof actually can be removed without damaging the roof in its entirety and having to be redone. Staff recommendation is the approval of removal of partial rear wall so long as the historic roof remains intact.
Thank you, Frankie. Mr. Adrian, did you want to respond to or clarify anything raised in the public comment to the city staff comments and recommendations?
Yes, please. So I appreciate the input and all the comments. Apologize about that, that 11 West End stoop roof. Should have mentioned, certainly don't have any problem with that remaining as is. The client just wanted to pull it out like 3 feet so that there was actually a roof cover at the front door. Appreciate the demolition for the other. I guess my question would be, basically, I'm limited to only a 1-story addition going back. We did step down that West End Street side. We did step back that addition so that the flare could be visible on the back side where there's only 5 feet between houses. We felt not as critical. But back to the other, I guess that with what I'm hearing is that there would be no ability to overframe on top of that existing hip roof. And I just want to make sure that's what I'm actually hearing so I can advise the client.
Frankie, is that part of what the city is?
That's part of what the city department is, but it's up to you guys.
So that's the city's recommendation. We'll discuss.
That's it. Thank you.
All right, public comment and the applicant's presentation is now closed. We'll move into board discussion and a vote.
Like everyone else, I don't have an issue with the demolition of a 1-story addition. The overlaying of the new roof over the existing turn metal roof. I do have an issue with that, the removal of that roof material. I think a better solution would be to an addition for a roof for the new addition is to maybe tuck it underneath the existing eave, using either a flat roof or a very low slope pitched roof. And as a bonus for that, you preserve that very strong form of that center, the main body of the building. As far as the this, setting back the, addition like it's being done on the street side, that does preserve that flare out, which I think is good, but I would like to see the flare out, preserved on the other side as well. But, those are my main concerns right there.
I think it's a lovely house. If anybody's taking a poll, I think Weston Street is the front. And I think, I appreciate all the history that you provided. I'll just comment that I'm angry with someone who was working in 1956, because that enclosed addition over the first floor porch that exceeds the footprint is really awkward. But I think that there's a way to achieve what you guys want to achieve, but again, all we can control is the demolition. And if we were to say okay to this roof overframing, and we'd effectively be saying okay to demolition of the chimney, because we can't force you to raise it up and keep it. So I really do think there's a way for you to get what you want and maintain the current eve and maintain the existing building corners, for the good of the property and preservation concerns. So yeah, I would have a lot of trouble with overframing over that old turn metal roof and losing the hip roof geometry that has been preserved throughout the years. And I agree about the front stoop. I think that's original and significant.
Yeah, I appreciate you, it's on the western side, pulling your proposed addition back off the corner. And hearing the comments about the flared, shingle. That is gonna be a difficult detail when you flush it on the backside. Might be it's possible to pull it in off of that corner as well. You could create the same effect. And I think I agree with the idea of, really, the compromise is pretty major to the turn metal roofs. I agree with the idea of trying to keep the metal roof, the turn metal roof on the back, and maybe potentially having either a flat roof engaged under the eave line, or maybe a hyphenated portion of a flat roof and then separate form beyond that to leave that turn metal free form. But really have no qualms about removing the one-story addition that's there. It's really just the extent of removal proposed for the turn metal roof. So there may be a solution where you don't have to remove much of that turn metal at all. And that might actually be better as well, because of finding the material to marry into that. That's going to be a tough get. So that might take care of both of those issues at the same time.
So I guess I will make a motion for approval of the.
We don't, I guess, have purview over the addition, so we don't need to approve that. So what else? Let's just try to not mind.
The one-story addition.
I don't think we have purview over that. Really, because
Yeah, we
it's
found out.
1981.
We found out late,
Well, that whole thing
yesterday.
is 81.
And I think that's the only thing, it sounds like the only thing that everyone,
So then it's just
Okay.
the extent of removal of the turn metal roof, right?
right, which
And
I
the-
Submitted, we would.
And anything above that, existing one-story addition, if there's anything above there that they're.
The walls and windows.
And the corners of the flare cedar.
I think the only thing, I think it's a denial. So
Yeah,
because I don't think,
say, yeah.
I think it's a denial. There's, since the only thing we agreed on that should be approved is the thing we don't have purview over.
Well, and except for this little stoop that, Kevin brought up.
And I
We don't
think,
wanna.
well,
Yeah,
I
Would
agree
agree
with,
that, would you approve that?
so then I was right.
Yeah. I mean, it just,
you said, I don't know what you said.
that we really have nothing to approve.
We haven't, it's a denial.
I mean, I would just say that if it were a revised application, you know, some partial demolition would be considered for sure.
I don't know if a deferral is helpful because I think you're asking him to really
Right,
rework.
yeah.
The whole.
I'll make a motion for denial as submitted.
Okay, we have a motion on the floor for denial. Do I have a second to Julia's motion?
I'll second.
Motion to a vote. Bill Huey,
Yeah, in favor.
Julia, and Bill Turner.
Yeah, in favor.
Chair votes with the majority and the motion passes unanimously. Thank you. Okay, agenda item 4, 22 H Street. Frank, you give us an introduction and overview of the project, please.
Okay, 22 H Street is in West Side, Council District 4. It is a category 4 circa 1920 in the historic materials demolition purview. They're requesting partial demolition, including the edge of the front porch. And this is the property's location on H Street. An existing site photo. Context of H Street. And I will turn it over to the applicant.
Good evening, everyone. Thank you for the opportunity to be here. Thanks for the site visit, because hopefully that provided a lot of context for y'all. I don't have much more than just our architectural plans, but as you saw, the porch is in severe need of replacement due to the degradation of the materials. So what we're asking to do, Frankie, I guess you can hit a slide forward to show everyone, is replace the existing spindles and columns with like kind and quality. They'll all be, you know, to the exact historic standard. There is, since we're, you know, going to this effort to replace all that, there is a metal set of steps that's not original to the house. Currently, the ingress point, which comes down into the driveway, so you can't actually use the driveway. So while we're doing all the rest of this, we propose to move the steps to the front of the house, so we have off-street parking again. I don't know when those metal steps went there, but they're in need of replacement, any which way. But the most logical way I've come with moving the steps is to butt them to the front, parallel to the porch edge, which, you know, if you're coming up that way anyways, you might as well carry the porch over for a contiguous line. Again, it's all, you know, like kind and quality material coming back. So I don't have a ton to add other than that.
Any questions for the applicant? Thank you. Do we have anyone speaking from the public?
April Wood, Historic Charleston Foundation. HCF has reviewed the application for partial demolition of the front porch at 22 H Street, and we appreciate the site visit this morning. The front porch decking, columns, and balustrades are historic and define the character and charm of the house. These historic elements should be restored whenever possible and replaced in kind to match the original when required. Rather than changing the height of the handrail to meet code, we recommend adding an additional horizontal rail above the existing handrail. This is a fairly common modification to conform to code. Regarding the relocated stairs, we understand the need for off-street parking on this block. We suggest that the architect study having the stairs run straight down on the left side of the front porch. This will result in less impact of the historic form of the porch than the proposed stairs that run across the front of the porch. We respectfully recommend restudy of the proposal in effort to retain more historic elements of the front porch. Thank you.
Laurel Fay with the Preservation Society of Charleston. The PSC appreciated the opportunity to attend this morning's site visit. While the PSC is not opposed to the removal of the non-historic stair, we encourage continued study of a lighter touch to the form and materials of the historic porch and ask that the balusters and columns be repaired whenever possible in lieu of total removal and replacement. Thank you.
Is there anyone else speaking? Okay, Frankie, if you give us city staff comments and recommendations, please.
Sorry, they talk too fast. In this district, the mayor can only look at the demolition, not the proposal of what comes next. And then in this case, we feel that the porch is a character defining feature and should be retained, so we are recommending denial of demolition.
Thank you, Frankie. Did you want to respond to or
Yes.
clarify anything before we move into board discussion?
I'd love to respond to the two preservation groups. First and foremost, I've lived in the city my entire life. I support both of your missions, as has my family for generations. I don't know if there's a disconnect between demolition per se. As you saw, the materials are severely degraded. Two of the columns have actually been lopped off at a certain point and replaced with a dock island. They're structurally unsafe. There's no way to physically marry them two together. Right now, it's toenails. As far as the railing, as you saw as well, it's also been lowered to accommodate the rotten spindles that have been lopped off at the bottom. They do mismatch, they're similar style, but they're not uniform by any means. I did come and speak with the BAR staff board. I don't remember exactly who I spoke with. But it was about getting the exact spindles. And what we did was we took a spindle from the house, we took it to a lumber supplier. They sourced the identical spindle from, somebody that makes these things. I think it's out of North Dakota, but they specialize in the spindle. I believe it's called a Sherman spindle. I did want to put a Charleston spindle on there, but that's from a prior decade or century rather, that's 18th century style spindle, and we're talking about a 1920s house. So I guess I'm a bit confused about one of the suggestions to keep the handrail the same and then put in a higher level, considering that the handrail itself was already moved. So we're just trying to replace it to its original design, as well as I guess the stair relocation, which I guess the demolition of the stair is the purview of the BAR.
Let me explain a little bit.
Yeah, that would.
I think
I'm a
this-
little confused on that as well.
So let me explain a little. So what staff can look at and what staff can approve would be if you are replacing things to match what they are. So if you're talking about replacing columns to match, we can approve that within a permit, that's fine. Replacing the spindles to match, even restoring them to the original height, staff can approve because we consider that a repair. But removing the rail from the location it's at in order to accommodate extending your porch forward is considered a demolition. Because it's demolishing, even though you're talking about moving and replacing, it's considered a demolition because you're changing the form of the porch. This.
I don't disagree. It's a significant
This
move.
line here wouldn't this.
Sure.
So that,
That the demolition of that line, I
Yes.
guess is what we're talking about. less
so
of
in
the
this
material.
district, what we can look at is the demolition of that feature. So since it's being altered, we have to consider it demolition.
Sure.
And actually demolition's a little bit stricter in this district, and you'll see preservation groups and this board say, actually deny demolition more. Not saying that's the case here, we have to discuss, but you'll see it denied more in this district because we have no purview over what goes in its place. So you could come to this board and say, oh, I'm going to put this beautiful porch back. And unlike other areas of town where we have purview over what goes back in its place, here we don't. It's a little odd, but
Yeah, so kind of altering the shape of the porch, we have to consider a demolition, so the board has to review it. Replacing that stair, if you were replacing it in that location, we would have no problems, because that stair is not original. We don't think we really have purview over the steps themselves, so if you put something else back, we would just approve that. Even if you were to sort of change the orientation of that stair so it ran parallel to the house, we would just approve that within the permit as staff would review it. It's mostly moving the stairs to the front and then changing the form of the porch that we have to consider demolition.
Sure. It is very common on this street for stairs to run straight down into the street, just like a Freeman's Cottage or Charleston Single. Of course, this is a slightly different style house. As I mentioned at the site view, I don't have any evidence of such, but after structural engineers ascertaining the integrity of the house when we first renovated it in 2018, the interior, he believed that the house had been moved and then later to this site, which is also indicative at the site visit, because there's one section of the house that's about 4 feet from the next one, and it's illogical to have done that from an original build out. And then later, family members came and they verified that the house was moved there from the north side of Hampton Park. Given the setbacks here, the only way to really get the steps up onto the porch is to run them parallel this way. I mean, you could stick the stair over here, but I got a gas meter right here. And it would also be on a different side of the house than every other house on the street. So, you know, the stair entrances on the house are all on the south side elevations, and now we're going over here to the north side, so that would be out of conformity as well. I agree, it's a bit of a land grab, but it's a logical move, and I do think that the streetscape with the exact spindles and the exact columns will provide the same view that it is today, albeit 3 feet closer to accommodate being able to get into the house. So appreciate everyone's comments. And I'll leave it there.
Thank you. All right, public comment in the applicant's presentation is now closed. We'll move into board discussion and a vote.
I'll go ahead and start. I don't think anyone has an issue with the metal stairs being removed to the side. What I have issue with mostly is that in bringing the steps down the way they're proposed, the landing, what I will call the landing for the steps, is a full bay width. And that gives the appearance of almost a deck extension onto that front porch. So to me, that's an issue. If ideally, in my opinion, the steps would come straight down to the street. But if that's not possible, I think what I'm calling the landing / deck needs to be narrowed so that it works more like a landing and not a deck. As far as the columns go, their replacement, they're in poor condition, you know, as looking at them on the site. That's a repair to me. When you look at Julia and I were just looking at the photo, and when you look at the left-hand corner, the left column, you can see where a handrail was, the top rail was mortised into that column higher up. And being out there, to me, the balusters look a little short, and I think maybe they were cut down.
I think they were.
Probably take on rock bottom. So I would not have an issue with it going up higher, the rail. There may be some balusters that can be reused by adding to the bases of them. That's done frequently when they're rotten. So if any of those could be preserved and reused and repaired, that would be nice. But there's my 2 cents.
That sounds good. I would agree with Bill on pretty much all that. I think minimizing the landing in order to get up to the front porch is a good idea, and stepping down to that landing would save you another riser.
Exactly.
So if the applicant were to come back and request, you know, partial 3.36 wide removal of a section of railing, that would seem totally reasonable to me, however that might work. And otherwise, I think it's, you know, repair, replace in kind, that sort of thing, which staff deals with all the time.
Okay, so just to parse out, it looks like the roof is remaining. That wasn't suggested. Everything else is a repair. And the only thing we would be looking at in the future is a portion of that railing.
Julia brought up something that's worth mentioning again, and that is the currently that wide landing / deck is flush with the porch. So I think it's very important, like you said, it needs to drop down below the porch line.
Mhm.
So that it reads as a landing and on an extension porch surface.
Okay.
I agree with that summary, and I think we're moving up maybe, like you said, about 3.5 foot wide section of that railing in order to accomplish access up the steps. I think that I'm fine with that. And of course, removing the existing steps as well. That's really our subjects today. And then anything else falling to repair, just repair.
Okay.
Does it make sense to
Thank you. We
refer it to staff, or just say denied?
we approve it with the condition.
I
Defer it to staff.
I think we do. Yeah, I think we could approve removal of the metal, the steel
Right.
driveway
We can approve that.
stuff, and then
Approval of the stairs and then defer to staff
defer to staff for
for removal of
the.
the railing, just for the benefit of the applicant.
Yeah.
We think most of this fits into repair, so if you're hearing denial on things, it's because we think even if it's 99% that you're repairing in the way that you're describing, it's a repair permit that staff can review versus us approving a demolition. But
Right, so were the stairs even part of the request that we need to consider?
do we,
Metal stairs?
Or shut
The description.
I don't know how old those stairs are.
I'm just-
I don't think they're very.
So we can approve something, we'll approve the removal of the metal stairs. And denial of the ballots with or deferral of any removal of the, gosh, the porch railing. Deferral of removal of porch railing to be limited to a 3'6" span of removal
For staff review.
for staff review, yes.
And I think, was there anything else in the application? You were to say denial of the remainder as a catch-all?
Sure.
Okay. So we have a motion on the floor for approval of removal of the metal stair, deferral of demolition of the porch railing to be limited to a 3'6" span for staff review, denial of demolition of the remainder as submitted. Do you have a second to Julia's motion?
Second.
Motion to a vote. Fillmore,
Yeah, in favor.
Bill Huey,
Yeah, there.
Julia,
In favor.
Bill Turner.
Yeah, in favor.
Your vote to the majority and the motion passes unanimously. Thank you. Okay, agenda item 5, 232 UG Street. Frankie, if you give us an introduction and overview of the project, please.
Okay, 232 Huge Street is in East Central Council District 4. It is not surveyed circa 1910 and needs dirt materials demolition purview, requesting partial demolition, including front porch. This is the property's location on UG Street. existing site photo. Some context of UG. And I will turn it over to the applicant. I know we have somebody else in the city from special projects. I've got your stuff in with the applicant. So if you want to come up with the applicant and explain.
Do you have a stand word?
I did not have one. I thought.
Probably has one. Block it.
I think they have one of their presentations indicating the house next door, but we can get it. So I've got your roadway information in there first. Yep,
Would you like us to?
if you want to.
You gave your introduction.
It's-
We're up.
I have very little.
Okay.
Thank you staff and board for your time this morning and this afternoon. UD Street, streetscape has been a capital project for, the Prague division for a couple of years, so we've gotten to know the neighbors along UD Street, and the streetscape project includes, sidewalk addition, curb and gutter, street trees between Morrison and Meany Street. And as we go along the greater, on the frontage of the Greater Refuge Church, what they currently have now is 90-degree straight in parking, and as an impact to our city project, they're gonna effectively lose that parking in front of their church, and they're queuing for their funerals processions. So they've requested, and we've assisted them in this application, to remove the front porch of the house that's adjacent to their property, which the church owns. And what that would do, as shown in this drawing, is kind of allow a drive aisle in front of their church, and facilitate their ability to queue up cars for funerals, for unloading and loading after ceremonies, before ceremonies, and then exit through the adjacent property, which they also own. And so we put this application together for.
I've got it in your screenshots 1 through 3 and then the section.
Okay, we can go through, okay, so this is our streetscape project. This is the first block near Meeting Street, so the next block over sheet, and that's church there in the front porch, 78, no, I'm sorry, 18 and 19 would be the parcels we're looking at. And then if you go back to the drive aisle version, you'll see we flipped the street lawn in order to ensure that no funeral processions are parking on the sidewalk in that situation. So, and then we can go through the remaining images there. That's the end of the block. It's a typical section, so we're got 2 travel lanes, bike lanes, sidewalk, streetscape, street lawn. So full cross section of on a 50-foot right of way, which is a lot to put in there.
I have the rest of the packet as you put it together.
Okay. I think that hopefully describes the city's project and impact to the neighbors, and the reason why we helped them put the application together. And Pastor Jackson can explain a little bit more about how this may help their function, the church's function downtown, and one of the last remaining churches on the peninsula. So we appreciate our partnership together.
Quick question, which is not related to demolition of architecture. Will there be any trees?
Street trees?
Uh-huh.
Yes.
Okay.
Mr. Jackson, did you want to talk about
Yes, thank you.
what the church wants to do in that area?
Yes, what's happening with us, the streetscape is going to prevent us from coming in parking perpendicular to the church. And we'll have to go down Hanover Street, come up. Currently, it only provides us about 2 or 3 spaces coming in. Beyond the parking lot on the other side of the house. But because of the porch, we can't get to the parking lot. And there's not enough space to drive through to the other side. If we are not able to remove the porch, we really struggle hard, particularly doing funeral service, because I think we all know processionals sometimes pretty long. And since 2019, we've had about 25 funeral service, and easy to access to going out to the parking lot and coming into the street. Even for daily activities, we'd have to come into the couple of parking, come back out to the street, and then back into the parking lot. So granting us the privilege to remove the porch would certainly be a great help to us. Otherwise, I don't know how we would handle particular funerals. We can do it otherwise. So the hardship is the porch, and we'd appreciate if we could, if you grant us permission to remove the porch.
Thank you. Are there any questions for the applicants?
I have one. Do you have any long-range plans for the house itself, the church, or not?
We have, the house was, highway department purchased it and relocated the family that was in there. And they used it temporarily for storage, and then after they finished with the highway, we bought it. And we've not been able to use it fully. Initially, but because of power and all, they didn't keep electricity and water. When we applied for permit to do that, we got the electrical permit, and then we were notified. The house was worth $40,000, and they said if we can put in half of what the house is worth, and we'd have to wait 5 years to do the rest of it. And you know, that's another quantity. So we could use it. If we can grandfather in, we certainly put it up to what it was, if that was possible for us. And we can use it, you know, we got use for it, but we can't get it restored under the current circumstances.
Any other questions? Thank you. Do we have anyone speaking from the public?
April Wood, Historic Charleston Foundation. HCF has reviewed the application for demolition of the front porch at 230 UG Street, and we appreciated the site visit this morning. And we respect and understand that this is a very, very complicated request and situation, and our comments are meant with all respect. While we appreciate that some elements of this front porch have been modified, the historic Sanborn maps show that the house has had a front porch in this location, and we believe this porch is likely historic. We understand that the city plans to widen and beautify UG Street. Unfortunately, the city plans are negatively impacting this church property, both in terms of use and aesthetics. The city is creating a hardship for the church, and we do not think it is a good solution to remove the front porch of this historic structure. This modification will completely change the character of the house, eliminate the ability to have a front door, compromise any resale value of the church, and will result in an unattractive remnant of a house along UG Street. We respectfully recommend that this application is denied and the plan for this property is restudied. The city should not be encouraging the removal of a historic porch to accommodate a road widening. If the road does need to be widened, the city should provide assistance to the church to relocate the building further away from the street so that the church can retain some value in their property. Thank you.
Laurel Fay with the Preservation Society of Charleston. The PSC appreciated the opportunity to visit the property this morning and learn more about the context for this request. The PSC strives to support efforts to help congregations thrive in their historic houses of worship on the peninsula. To this end, we encourage collaboration between the congregation and the city toward creative options that meet the church's needs and provide a path forward for preservation of the porch that is a character-defining feature of this historic house. This property is one of the last remaining historic buildings on a landscape that has been drastically reshaped by new development, and it is important to preserve to show the evolution of UG Street. Thank you.
Kevin Everly again, 367 President Street. I was there this morning, and the real reason that I was interested in the house is the applicant I know had, I think, made some mistakes in some of the Sanborn information and was looking at the house next door, the one that we're actually talking about. If you do an overlay and measure the Sanborn maps and whatnot, this house, which was built in 1941 by John Rivers, shows up on all of those Sanborn maps. And part of the reason I say that is part of the application papers, at least, had suggested that wouldn't be any great loss of the porch because it was not original and had originally been a wraparound or something like that. But again, that's the house that is no longer there. It was wiped out to make way for the church a long time ago. And so there's really no reason to believe that at least a porch very similar to this, actually identical to this in size, was not there in 1941. So I would hate to see the character defining. I mean, it's really minimizing to say it's a character defining feature. It's like saying the nose is a character defining feature of your face. It's sort of a big piece. And I would hate to see the porch taken off just to build a driveway that is basically like another lane of the road that runs along the entire road. Seems like there would be enough space in front of the church itself to do pull off parallel parking in front of the church for at least the hearse during funerals. And the parking lot is not that terribly far, 50 feet of walking on a sidewalk doesn't seem that terribly burdensome. So anywho, I don't want to see it lost.
Is there anyone else speaking in the public? That's it. Frank, if you give the city staff comments and recommendations, please.
Staff's original comments were written before realizing that this incorrect house was indicated on the Sanborn map. So I will just kind of strike our first about it not being original to the structure. And just note that the existing porch is in disrepair, and we do think that some alterations have taken place. And then this proposal is being necessitated by other work being done by the city. So staff is recommending approval of demolition.
Thank you, Frankie. Did y'all want to respond to or clarify anything raised in the public comment or the city staff comments before we move into board discussion?
Yes. Matt Compton with the city of Charleston. We're actually not widening Huge Street. We're working within the existing right of way. And we did explore other options. We looked at trying to create parallel parking in front of the church while maintaining a continuous bike lane and maintaining continuous sidewalks. And we would not be able to do that without actually acquiring part of the church's main property. And so we looked at several other options, and this is unfortunately the best of them. But that's what we're here supporting their request for demolition.
Thank you. All right, public comment in the applicant's presentation is now closed. We'll move into board discussion and a vote.
This is a tough call for me on several fronts. One being, when you remove the porch, you're likely condemning this building to total demolition in the future. You would, with the addition of the lane, you would no longer be able to even gain access to the front door, most likely. So that's one issue. Another issue is, you know, I think you can argue this both ways. You know, it's the last building of its kind on Hugie Street. And should it be preserved because of that? Because it shows, it's an example of what Hugie Street used to be lined with. Or do you say that the building has lost its context on it? Yes. And in that case, you know, a relocation plan, is that an option, you know, for its long-term survival? But then also, you know, preservation comes in different forms. It's not just the preservation of a building or a particular portion of a building, but it's the preservation of there's cultural preservation. We have a dwindling number of African-American congregations on the peninsula, and preservation comes into. That's the type of preservation is preserving these congregations on the peninsula. And in order to do that, a lot of cases, you know, you have to make some compromises in order for them to be able to continue to function. So this is a very complicated issue for me, and I don't even know that I know what my vote would be yet. You know, that's, I would be interested to know what everyone else feels on this.
Your last comment gets into one of my big concerns, which is if we were to deny this, that the city still moves forward with their project, the church loses the front parking and the ability to have that thoroughfare, and then we hurt the church.
I think, I mean, to me, I do realize this is the last remaining house of its kind on the block. To me, the best solution would be if the church found a willing taker to take this church to another neighborhood that's missing a tooth in it, and in that neighborhood, and plugging it into another neighborhood, you know. That's why I was asking if there were any long-term plans for the house, you know.
I would love it if there were a way to, I know it needs to be elevated, if there were a way to shift it back on this lot, elevate it and have it be a potentially an affordable housing, you know, unit for someone. Yeah, it's very tricky, and I'm with you that I don't really know which way to go at the moment.
It might be worth checking with the city's housing office to see if there's any financing available for maybe the church to reuse this with some sort of renovation money for affordable housing.
That's the best solution, is to slide it back in its current situation. I agree
it's not
with Bill
being
entirely that the real, you know, there's sort of three conflicting issues going on here. One is simply obviously the desire to the need to preserve these modest buildings, so many of which have disappeared, and the desire, of course, to support the communities where a lot of these buildings exist, the few or a lot of the few that remain exist. And so there's a significant, I think, competing interest there. And the other thing is the fact that the city, with their plan, simply seems not to acknowledge the value of this building, because there doesn't seem to have been a discussion about, you know, what is available from the city to try to step up and do something appropriate to save this building, even if that is financing or funds to move it back, elevate it, you know, ultimately restore it. And so there's three unfortunate I agree with Bill's statement that the competing interest here between physical preservation and cultural preservation that have to be considered, and you can't just consider one of those things.
Right.
You can't just consider the physical
Well,
preservation. I think you have to consider the cultural preservation as well.
well, I would say then to that point, and I agree with that point as well. I'm looking at this image of the east facing elevation, Union Street to the left of image. It's in the presentation, the applicant's presentation. It's going- Photos that illustrate. Okay, yeah, that one. Okay. So I don't know how historic that concrete slab is and that CMU foundation. How historic those iron columns are. That are obviously it's set at a height where the whole thing is racking. I mean, this thing has been modified pretty greatly and not a very great way either. So, I mean, what we're talking about is salvaging, in my mind, if there's anything old going on here, it's that roof.
The forms.
I don't think there's anything old going on below that roof. And that roof has, it's got a problem right now. So I'm trying to understand what are we exactly talking about saving here that hasn't been greatly modified.
I guess it's the form and the functionality, you know, the potential use of this dwelling. It's kind of,
From the front door, you essentially need to make front entry
There's-
elsewhere.
yeah. I wonder if it might be worth considering a deferral. I don't wanna, I don't wanna disadvantage the church in any way, and I think the street improvements are really important and all this needs to, I feel like it's all positive ultimately, but I wonder if it's worth considering a deferral to allow the applicants to maybe converse with community development and see if there's a way to, knowing that this structure has to be elevated if they want to restore it and make it a dwelling. If there's a way for some sort of city church partnership to elevate it and relocate it a little to the north so that the porch could be clear of this proposed drive corridor. And they could use the house at some point for something.
You took the words out of my mouth.
I'm sorry.
Well, no, that I've been sitting here thinking about a deferral and then ask the representatives with the city to please look into potential city partnerships, housing, and that may enable the church to actually use this
Income from
house.
it and, yeah.
Right.
use it for-
An income stream for the church, awesome.
Mhm. Yeah,
an affordable dwelling. And I will acknowledge that I was originally assuming that the porch was totally different, but of course Kevin is correct. And I think that the Sanborn maps were a little bit off, and it's the neighboring property, which does always seem to have had a simple one-story front porch. So that factors in as well. I'm gonna make a motion for deferral to allow the applicants to explore possibilities for rehabilitating the structure and shifting it on the property, shifting it north on the property. And I guess it's implicit in that I'm hopeful that the housing and community development has some sort of, I know they would like the idea. I don't want to speak for them, but I know they would, you know, want to be helpful, whether they actually can, or there's a viable way to do that. I don't know, but I think it's worth exploring.
I agree. Okay, we have a motion on the floor for deferral to allow the applicants to explore possibilities for rehabbing the structure and shifting it north. Do I have a second to Julie's motion?
I'll second.
the motion to a vote. Fillmore, Bill Huey,
Yeah, in favor, they can work it out, it's great.
Julia,
In favor.
Bill Turner.
Yeah, in favor.
And the chair votes with the majority and the motion passes 4-4 and 1 against. Thank you all. Okay, agenda item 6, 235 West Poplar Street. Frank, you have to give us an introduction and overview of the project, please. Film on your phone.
This is the second one, that one's okay.
It was Bill Turner. I'll come with you.
I'll take my computer.
Yeah. 235 West Poplar Street is in Wagner Terrace, which is Council District 6. And in category 4 for our North Line policy, circa 1940 in historic materials demolition purview. Requesting partial demolition of existing structure, including portion of roof, front door, and stoop. This is the property's location on Poplar. Existing site photo. Some context of the learning. And Sanborn map showing the history of the structure. The architecture inventory from 2004. And I will turn it over to the applicant. Sorry, Joel, I meant to put you all together and it just didn't work out that way.
Joel Adrian with Coastal Creek Design, appreciate your time, and I'll say this is round 2. So we presented a week and a half ago, got some favorable review comments and some that were not as favorable, so I restudied. I'm just hoping that maybe my restudy is successful today, so let's get him to see if I can go the right way. Frank, we need to.
Hang on, I just have to click.
Got it. Says Sanborn maps, the history of the property. And the.
Sorry, it hasn't been.
Okay, okay. All right, so this is the existing survey, and then, okay, and this is our proposed. Previous meeting, I did receive the approval for the work in the back of the house, and then that small little bump out on the right hand side. It was the front porch and the relocation of the door that y'all felt I did not successfully achieve. And so we restudied and reduced the size of the front porch. And the key, I think, to the restudy is that the double gable front is maintained on our new proposal. So existing photos, the upper left is existing front of the house. There's no front door. It's just that double front gable to stoop on the left hand side. I think important to note that across the street's the exact same house, but the door at some point was put to the front. But looking at the floor plan on that existing plan, when you look up those 3 steps and into the house, that foyer is 4 feet by 4'5", and then you have to turn left side. I can't even imagine 2 people, one person opening the door, another person coming into the house. And so the owner has just asked if we could get a front door on the front that actually then enters into an open space, and people can enjoy the home. The middle plan was our previous one, that porch extended full length. And then on the far right side is our proposed, where we've pulled that porch back so that it maintains the width and the height and the pitch and all of those existing gables. And so I'd say that we're not demoing roofs, but really just extending the roof forward. And so that's our proposed plans, and then we'll get to the different elevations. So the very top, obviously, is the current condition. The middle was the unsuccessful application, and the bottom is the great hope. And so you can see that, so I will say the comments that were given last time, if you look at the middle one, the bump on the right-hand side, there was the ask to restudy the roof form on that. I do think the shed roof was much more successful. But I'm also hoping now that as you look at this bottom elevation and study it and compare it to the top one, that the history of the house has been maintained. The window on the left is the same, double window on the right is the same. The only thing that changed rotates 90 degrees. And so that's our request before you today, is to be able to extend the two gable ridges to the front, add that front porch. And hopefully y'all will agree that it's much more successful in maintaining the character of the house.
Thank you. Are there any questions for the applicant?
I do. So the proposed front elevation, there's a porch there, but no rails, right? Is that what I'm seeing? And the windows actually recessed there?
Yes.
Okay.
So yes, exactly. So that gable where the original is flush with the house. But I think there's like a 4-inch overhang. So we're just gonna pull that forward, put a couple porch columns, and there'll be no rail.
Okay. Thank you. Any other questions? Thank you. Any public comment?
Laurel Fay with the Preservation Society of Charleston. While some of the board's previous comments have been addressed, the PSC asks the board to uphold their previous denial of the reconfiguration and therefore the demolition of the front gables and windows. If a front porch and door are to be pursued, the roof line of the frontmost gable should remain intact and existing windows should remain in their original location. Thank you.
Anyone else? Frankie, if you give us any staff comments and recommendations, please.
Staff observation and one condition. Staff wanted to again appreciate the very thorough history and timeline that was provided. And per the previous board motion, the front entry, stoop and roof should remain as these are character defining features. Staff is just reiterating what the board statement was at the last meeting. We cannot oppose something the board has previously said. So we're recommending denial of the front entry, stoop and roof.
Thank you, Frankie. Did you want to respond to or clarify anything?
So I'll just say that I appreciate the comments and I respectfully disagree. I believe that the character of the house is maintained with the main form that's there. I believe at the previous meeting, y'all did say that little concrete steps that went up, I could demo those and rework those.
I'm
if
sorry,
they're
they
in the
did
same
say
spot.
that.
If they're in the same spot, I'm just hoping that you demo those and move them to the front so that people know where the front door is in the house. So when someone comes in, they actually walk into a space instead of a portal. That's it.
Thank you. All right, public comment. The applicant's presentation is now closed. We'll move into board discussion and a vote.
One of those that gets real tricky with the technicalities of what we can control and what we can't.
Yeah.
I don't think we would have any purview over extruding the front roof. I don't know that we would to create a porch in the front, but it's removing and extruding that minor facade.
In the front door will be.
Yeah,
Why don't we talk about each?
right.
Okay, how does everyone feel about removing that piece of the wall?
Which piece?
Well, I guess it's removing that front piece of the wall to allow for the door to be shifted. Do I have that right? Yeah.
Yes, yeah, the door cut
So-
out in the front.
Can you go to this one?
An elevation.
Yeah.
For your start.
Front. Yeah, so first looking at so removing this wall, this piece of the wall.
And moving that window, right? Moving the window.
Moving this wall.
No, I think these windows are staying.
No,
No, they
that
move-
window moves
Moves to the
forward.
right, because the top. is
Window to the
existing.
left's moving forward. That whole wall plane's moving forward. That,
This is?
That one does.
That's
Yeah,
moving
This moves
forward.
forward?
yeah, I'm
Yes.
extending that in,
Yes, it's extending forward.
but that window is getting put back.
This, we had this discussion last night.
It's right
If
here.
you're moving something forward, is that demolishing the wall? I think it is.
Siding's not historic. So the window that is, we're gonna keep put back in the hole. But on this stuff, again, one is still there. Very fine.
It is. It's an improvement and it's still the form. I think my concern is more technical that if we approve removing the wall, we're in the same position that you could do whatever you wanted there. You're not tied to this because we only have purview over your removal of the wall.
I understand, but
Julia,
the drawings, those are the same drawings are getting submitted for permit.
Julie Copeland were here, she would say that, I think, that we need to highlight what's being removed, and that's all we're supposed to look at, so.
Could you remove the wall?
That front wall and part of the roof.
Side elevations, you want me to go up and?
You know, I mean, this whole.
Generally, I think this is an improvement. This is tricky.
If I may. So this is where the roof ends right now, and that's where the front wall is. And so we're just pulling that forward to add some space to what's gonna be the future great room. This is where,
But Joe, you'll have to remove it to pull it
oh,
forward.
absolutely, yes. But now the siding that's on the house is not original. The original window that's there is the same one that's gonna get pushed forward, so. Historic will.
Is this a repair if you're maintaining the form?
I'm not altering the character defining shape and form of that the house. The basket's a little larger on the front. But it doesn't get taller, it doesn't get wider.
Thank you.
So can. Look at the plan. And then, again, if we have full preview, it would be different, but we're so stuck. If this wall were to remain. I know it would put in some to this expanded living room that you want, but then we would only be looking at these adjustments here. That makes.
Which that way, we're just looking at I think a roof extension that I don't think we have purview over. I think staff can approve that.
Right, and then we're changing this fenestration here from just a window in the center to a window and a door. I mean, I appreciate what the applicant's done, and I know he's trying real hard to.
I agree with
Do
you.
the
It would be
right
so much
thing.
easier if it
Yeah,
wasn't just demolition.
but we're how to even really consider what is proposed.
So what you're saying is you would be okay with removing, say they stuck with this wall here, you'd be okay with removing a piece of the wall to put the door? So remove,
Right.
we want a front door here, so it would really be removed, take this line back, smaller. And we would be looking at, the removal of this.
Yeah,
It's existing.
so existing wall would stay there and there. we'd just be changing the fenestration on this.
The front door to the front wall.
And allowing these to be.
Even that would be an improvement, because when you walk in the foyer, you wouldn't be looking at the wall 4 feet away from you.
To help you, yeah.
It's a
Um,
little funky with the doors, maybe jammed over to the side.
I agree. I still also think it could be cool to go in from the side, but I just really don't like that.
Good enough for me. If you left that one there, I mean,
Change the fenestration on the front.
yeah, I mean,
And I agree, it's got the form, but it's.
not totally reversal, which.
I know, but we just aren't allowed to look at it, you know?
No,
And if we, and he could do something totally different, but if they're concrete, that what he's proposing goes back, you know, it makes the decision much easier.
Just kind of important to you, remember?
It's a nice design.
That sign sometimes does that
Wait.
promise, that's what's going back.
Oh, it is,
We
right?
just
That-
got a
that's what's
talking
going
to
back.
from legal. It's so weird in this area. These applications would be so much easier. Please talk to your city council members. I know it seems odd to give us more purview, but people would have so much more freedom in this area if they did.
And I'm not even sure quite how to articulate approval of moving windows, because we just.
Well, now I need to back up. Okay, so it's extending the. I don't think
We don't need to say anything about that. It's really just moving the door, the window
Is it
on the
approval,
front and adding a door.
approval of removal of the window and then approval of removal of a section of that wall to account for a door?
How about this? Approval of shifting the existing front window as indicated. And approval of partial demolition of front wall to allow for an entry door as indicated. And
Of partial removal.
and
Is that the front wall?
the
The
front
front wall?
front gable, denial of demolition of the secondary front wall.
Frankie, do you follow all of this?
I'm trying.
I got it. Okay, so I've got approval of shifting of the front windows.
So you have to word it as of shifting and opening.
Well, we don't want to demolish the window,
Front window openings,
moving the front window.
shifting front window openings as indicated, and approval of removal of a portion of the front wall and gable to accommodate the door as indicated.
Yes, but I wouldn't say opening, I would say shifting the existing window, because it's in a window, we want to keep it.
Oh, that's true. I'll take that back. Okay, so approval of shifting of the front windows as indicated, and approval of removal portion of the front wall and gable to accommodate a door,
Front gable wall.
front gable wall. As indicated to accommodate the door and denial of the balance of the application. Okay. Makes sense. Okay. Thank you, Julia. Do I have a second to Julia's motion? Second. Phil Healy, the motion to vote, Phil Turner,
Yeah, in favor.
Julia,
In favor.
Phil Healy.
yeah, fair.
Chair votes the majority and the motion passes unanimously. And you are up next.
Thank
Okay.
you all.
Agenda item 7, 175.5 Wentworth Street. Frankie, to give us an introduction and overview of the project, please.
175.5 Wentworth Street is in Charleston Village, which is Council District 8. It is not surveyed circa 1858 in the Old Historic District, requesting conceptual approval to elevate a structure to 12 inches above BFE. And I was asked to clarify this earlier. It is BFE, not DFE, so it is to design flood. In case my description. Enclosed rear porch, relocate HVAC, build new deck, and build new stucco wall. This is the location on Wentworth. Existing site photo. Context of Wentworth. Sandboard map, oops, sorry. And a sandboard map showing the property. And I will turn it back over to you, Joel.
All right, thank you. Design, appreciate your time again. I guess, first part of the application I'll say is easier than the back half. Maybe it's all pretty simple, but the house obviously sits below flood. Let me see it. Some context photos similar to what Frankie had provided, Sanborn maps going over, I think, coming up here. This is the most interesting of the photos and the history on the property. On the left-hand side, you can see what was there way back in the 1880s. And then this earthquake, property was demolished, and then basically what we have now is what was built back. So our goal is to elevate the house. The house currently, we'll get to, I think I'll kind of go back and forth and do the elevating first. Street context photos of what's currently there. And then our elevations on the bottom, so you can see the scale of the current house compared to surroundings. And then we get to floor plans when we get to those elevations. So top is our existing front elevation, below is our proposed. If you look at the grades and you can see where we're calling out the existing grade at the left foundation of the house, where the base flood elevation is, and we're showing we're putting the first floor just 12 inches above that. It is an increase of 5 feet-ish, I believe, in total height. It's very similar to what's just recently been raised at the corner of Gadsden and Wentworth. It's 14, 16 Gadsden. But we're not asking to go any higher than what would be allowed by FEMA to get us out of flood. Preserving, all of that front character, but I think in this case, what you're looking at is the front entry and the stairs that go up. So bring attention to that photo earlier from the 1880s, where there were basically brick steps that went up to the house. So we're just proposing to put that back onto our new elevated structure and go back to that. Okay. Right there, so there were brick structures or brick stairs that went up to the house that was there way back when. Second part of the proposal is the two things. The house right now is a duplex. It's being converted back to single family residence. That is evident. You see on floor plans that the existing first floor, there's no interior stair. Our proposed first floor, we're putting our interior stair back in so we can have single family residency. If you look at this existing first floor, on the back is the screen porch that was, approved and built just a couple of years ago. Looks horrible. We are elevating the house, and we're going to take the screen porch footprint that's there and create our new great room. And then off of that, we would just have a small deck. On this drawing here, you can see the HVAC units, which currently sit on grade, real close to that screen porch on the piazza side. Moving those to the house, putting them, on that back left corner. We received approval from Board of Zoning Appeals because that HVAC stand extends a non-conforming setback, so we did get that approval. The deck conforms, as do the stairs that are there, so they conform with the required setbacks. So we'll go through the plans. difference in the section before you can see, and then the revised, width of the house stays the same. It is just being raised up to get past so all the window placements, the railings, everything, columns are going to stay the same on the piazza. Reform, all that stays the same. You can see the change is that back half where the screen porch is at grade, that goes up. It's going to become the great room, and then we got a little deck that's going off. There will be a walkout deck from the suite on the second floor to the low pitch roof above the great room. That's the rear of the house, existing, proposed. And then proposed. So I feel like the addition, the change that we're making is very deep in the property. You might get a sneak peek of it as you walk down Wentworth on the driveway side of the piazza porch side, but it's not a really prominent peak. And that kind of lets you see where it is now and reference the properties around it and where it would be after the house is elevated. The last part, the stucco wall, is basically just gonna be a privacy wall, 6 feet high stucco that's gonna wrap the property. And that is shown on the survey site. Pool that's installed, and this is just gonna be what wraps the property. And I think that's all I have for you.
Any questions for the applicant?
Jill, here, the front stairs, the front step railing is pulled out as iron, but it sure looks like wood, but it's gonna be changed, it'll be iron.
Oh, we can certainly do iron. Yeah, that might have been, sorry, I was out there.
This is the
Originally,
elevation,
that
right?
iron that went up, and
Look at the side elevation, so you can see the rail.
yeah, I think that's probably do show it. Yeah, I'll say it looks like regular. Pigments,
But it's not.
you can certainly say it's iron.
Okay. And then just curious, since there's a good bit of elective work going on, was there any consideration of kind of unifying the fenestration, especially on that upper piazza? Seems to be some odd stuff going on up there.
I'm certainly open to unification and changing things. I just was trying to keep it simple. But yes, I'm certainly inclined to have any issues with making some changes and coming back.
Right, thank you.
Any other questions?
Yeah, Joel, it looks like on your proposed raised elevation foundation, you're stuck at, are those indentions that you're showing along the length there? Because your foundation plans just.
Oh, no, so it would be indentions just like they did at the corner of Gadsden and Wentworth, yes. We would have like a 2-inch little recess there, so it's a flat wall. We're not just gonna score a line in that flat wall.
Okay.
While we're still asking questions, the screening between the piers at the piazza, what were you thinking that was gonna be?
Oh, I just was doing horizontal treated wood slats down at the in between the piers.
Thank you.
We'll probably call them out as 1x6. They need to adjust.
Any other questions? Thank you. Do we have anyone speaking?
She's gonna.
No, I want to just hear you. I don't think this mic is on.
Like when you stand here, it sounds louder because of the
Okay.
ceiling.
Yes.
Sorry about
Either
that.
you're not talking into it or I
Yeah.
can't hear you at all.
At April Wood, Historic Charleston Foundation, HCF has reviewed the application for conceptual approval for elevating the historic structure, including closing the rear porch, the addition of a new rear porch pool stucco wall at 135.5 Wentworth Street. We have no objection to elevating the historic structure, and we believe this is the best way to preserve the house long term. More information should be provided about the foundation treatment on the west elevation. The horizontal slats in the infill do not conform to the BAR's policies on elevating historic structures. The new rear addition seems unrelated to the front structure. The front porch seems long and it would be better, or the rear porch seems long and it would be better if it were 1 bay in length rather than 2. We have no objections to the wall, and we respectfully recommend deferral so that the concerns about the rear addition can be addressed. Thank you.
Laurel Fay with the Preservation Society of Charleston. The PSC is generally comfortable with the proposed approach to elevation. However, we would encourage continued study of the foundation treatment at the front facade. Referencing examples of similar historically elevated foundations with bay windows, we found there's a strong precedent for treating the foundation beneath the bay differently than the rest of the foundation. Rather than extending the recesses all the way to the ground, we suggest truncating them to reflect the scale of the panels above and incorporating a strong horizontal band at the base of the siding to help break down the height. Raised planter beds would also be helpful in obscuring the foundation. A few examples we would specifically point to as a reference are 104 Rutledge, 116 Queen Street, and 13 to 15 New Street. Thank you.
I live right next door to this home at 177 Wentworth. I'm delighted that they're gonna remodel the house. I think it's great that it's being elevated. It is flooded over and over again, and we have a really bad flooding problem. What I do have a problem with, though, is my husband's grandmother owned this house, and it was a Charleston single with porches that wrapped around the house. And you can see it's been altered over the years. So I feel like, you know, what would be appropriate if we're gonna be, I'm kind of surprised that they didn't mention that a little more. If we're really gonna be concerned with preservation of these homes, is to take it back. Our home at 177, when we came before you all, was asked to take off things that were very similar to this that had been enclosed on the porches and put back our porches. And so I'm not sure why that hasn't been discussed, but I would really like that. Our neighbor that lived there before they sold it to the investor that bought it now, who's also doing the house on the corner, 2 doors down from us. So two houses within, two houses of us are going to be elevated by the same owner, who is not going to live in the home. But what I do have concerns about is the homeowner previous enclosed a part of the porch. I didn't even know it was approved. I thought it was just something he did on his own during COVID or something. I never saw a sign for it or anything, and made a screen porch on the back. Well, then now we're asking to enclose that screen porch that doesn't look like it got approved by anyone and add something else. And so my question is, when does it stop? Do we keep adding a porch and enclosing the porch and then adding another porch and enclosing the porch? And then there's gonna be a pool and a stucco wall, and our property already floods really badly. There's no ground for any water to go, so where's the water gonna go? Our property. So lots of things to consider here. I know y'all don't deal with flooding. I really haven't figured out who does, because we came to BZA and they said they don't either. So that's my comments.
Can I ask you one question?
Yes, yeah.
You seem to be very familiar with the house. Looking at this, this side elevation here. Well, let me back up. When I looked at the Sanborn maps, and it may be your house,
I think the Sanborn map that was shown was actually our house.
On that one, it looks like the porch came down and then it turned and it was a wide porch towards the back.
Yeah.
Are you saying this was the same?
From what I know, and we probably have pictures somewhere. I'm sure we have, we're the 5th generation to live in our home at 177. She had lots of pictures of this house. I just have to put my hands on it. But It was just a Charleston single. I don't know that the back porch was wider. I don't know
Okay.
that part. But the right elevation, that's what faces our home. So. My husband is, very much a preservationist, and it kind of hurts to see houses that keep doing this constantly. Like, let's take it back.
The reason why I asked, when you look at the roof line, it's almost like a piazza roof line turn, goes along and then turns and goes across the back of the house, that
Yeah.
low slope roof, but the Sanborn maps didn't show that condition, so I was just a little confused about that.
Thank you. Anyone else speaking?
Yes. It's not, I don't think it's on. Anyway,
Let me come check it.
It is.
I've got a big lens, so, but
But if it might have died if we turned it on too.
ooh, much better.
Sorry about that.
You're right. You should have questioned it. I'm just saying. Good afternoon. My name is Kathy Crawford. And my husband and I, David Crawford, we live at 182 Wentworth Street. We also own the property right next door to us, which is 180 Wentworth Street, which is directly across the street from 175. I completely understand the raising of the property. The house has flooded before. I know. I have pictures from floodwaters this past Christmas. It was really bad on our street. And, I totally agree with raising the house. The enclosure of the screen porch in the back, that is an aesthetic issue. I really don't have any comment on it. Our main concern is the addition of another porch, a pool, and a stucco wall. You've taken up all of the pervious surface. I mean, it's just, there's less pervious surface on this property, which means the neighborhood's going to flood even more than it does now. The request to raise is an acknowledgement to the flood issue, but yet the property owner is now requesting that more impervious surface with the addition of the deck, the pool, and the stucco wall. Clearly, flooding is the most expensive aspect of this property, and it would be the most aspect of remodeling this house is raising the property. And we're fine with that, but taking up more space, which is going to cause more flooding in the neighborhood, I don't understand. That's really congruous, I can't say the word now, of what the property owner is trying to do. What she's doing with all this is creating more flooding issues for the neighborhood, for the city, and it's going to, I was gonna say it was gonna harm their house, but it's being raised. We are definitely against the additions, and the raising of the property is fine, but the additional is not fair for the rest of the neighborhood. And from what I can tell you from previous flooding, when we had the big flood, the Sunday before Christmas, we're lucky that 180 Wentworth, we have a big parking lot in the back, and it's higher on the street than most. We offered parking to all of our neighbors who we could reach out to say, please move your car off the street. Every car that was left on the street flooded. And, building this addition that's already against zoning regulations, it's not fair to the neighborhood. And we're really against it. Thank you.
Is there anyone else speaking? All right, so if you could give the city staff comments and recommendations, please.
Okay, first staff have had some observations. One, that we appreciate the removal of the stairs within the piazza. And we were deliberating the balustrade within staff, so There's a partial one existing and it is being expanded. Since the structure is being elevated, balustrade is required by building code for the entire length of the current first floor of the piazza. Normally, new architectural elements should be distinctive from the historic. In this case, the balustrade, making it distinct would be negatively impacted. We just wanted to, that we had considered that and if the board wants to deliberate. Staff conditions for approval. We felt that the existing corner board should be retained and any planning of the addition should be differentiated from the historic house. And fencing, is proposed to be aluminum. It needs to be of steel or wrought iron per BAR policies, and I've got the policy statement there. Staff recommendation is conceptual approval with staff conditions and a final review by staff. And I will state to the neighbors about the screen porch. I have not heard about that being an issue that it was added without approval. I'm happy to look into it. It's not something that has been brought to our attention. But we've had a lot of staff turnover and most of us haven't been here very long. So
Can I ask you why there wasn't a site visit for a home in the old and historic district, but we sat through all of these others that had
we
site
normally do
visits?
site visits for demolition. We have to
Actually, you
do-
should do a site visit when it's raining on a high tide, so you can see exactly what taking up all the pervious ground is doing to not only our neighborhood, the entire Alston Village neighborhood, but also to the city of Charleston. On that particular Sunday, most people who come into town for church cannot get out for 5 hours.
Thank you all. All right, public comment in the applicant's presentation is now closed. We'll move into board discussion and a vote. Actually, I apologize. You have a period of time to respond to or clarify anything raised in the staff comments and the public comment.
Thank you. So I'll start again by saying I appreciate all the discussion and comments. If I go back. Sorry, just want to get back to. So two things, so I am a neighbor as well. I live at 188 Monroe, just down the street. I lost a car in December because of the flood. I was out of town. So I know that the area has, over the last several years, seen more flooding than it did when I first moved there. I'll say that as far as adding to on the impervious, if you look at the drawings, just to respond, there's already a roof structure on the back half of the house, which is a screen porch, that same square footage. We just came on the roof form, so it's not adding to. The deck is open deck, water is gonna go through, hit the ground below it, it's not concrete underneath it, so other than the pool, we aren't adding impervious surface, and our proposed coverages meet the city's requirements. So I'll just leave it at that. I do think that to Dee's point on the porch on the rear, if I were looking at this, it seems as if the last two windows on the second floor used to be porch. If you look at that roof, it does seem like that roof originally probably porch would turn and then a deeper porch on the back of the house. You know, we obviously are not wanting to take away that square footage and wanting to preserve it. If we needed to express that corner from the second floor down fully and step that great room in, it's just a hair, I'm certainly willing to do that to address that, and also looking at the foundation treatment, certainly at the front bay window and some of the other comments that were made. I'm willing to work with those. I think I'll leave it at that. And the questions. Thank you.
All right, now public comment in the applicant's presentation is closed, so we'll move into board discussion and vote.
I'll jump in. Regarding the elevating of the building, I think the basics are off to a good start. I think that some things could be done to make it even better. To me, the house looks a little stretched, so I think a way to sort of ground it a little bit more. Couple of things, taking that small coping wall that's along the street, maybe adding another course to that. that would raise the ground level of that, just that one little area in front of the house up. Which, so visually that brings the house down a little bit more. I think you could lower the piazza screen walls, door, surround and hood. And then take a few of those steps and internalize them into the first bay of the piazza, which is a very typical way that houses on high foundations were built around here. And that would help eliminate that long run of steps out front. And then another thing would be to maybe lower the skirt board below the front bay. And then that skirt board could actually overlay the masonry below, given the illusion that the house is closer to the grade as well. So I think all those, that combination of stuff could go a long ways in not having the house look so stretched and kind of it'll kind of bring it more down to ground level. Regarding the driveway side elevation, I have a few suggestions on that. We've talked about that sort of trim board. You may call it an old corner board, reintroducing that. I think that's important. And then at that point, you could then, on the new addition, or rather the porch enclosure of the porch, maybe transition to a narrower siding so that that reads as a later addition, and also go with a different window light cut instead of the 2/2. Well, maybe you do stick with the 2/2 because the main portion of the historic house looks like probably 6/6. So maybe you do stick with the 2/2. Those windows themselves, they look, to me, the one over to the very end of the house looks uncomfortably squished up against that corner board there. So maybe bring that in, and I think that same condition may actually exist on the other side as well. One thing that you go a little bit further in introducing that, reintroducing that corner board in alignment with what's going on above. I think that's important. So you're not really reintroducing it into the same spot, but you're aligning it with the corner above. I think you can do some stuff to the foundation that kind of corresponds with that. Maybe you readjust your foundation panels on that side for the existing part of the house to maybe correspond more with the spacing of the ones for the piazza. I think that would help and go a long way as well. It's just an opportunity that wouldn't cost anything since it's all reconstruction anyway, new foundation. So I think that's all I have. Also, one other thing, the driveway is called out as existing gravel, but it's actually grass with concrete runners. I think gravel's appropriate. It's permeable, but what I'd like to see is some sort of a paved apron out at the end of the driveway where it abuts the public sidewalk. It's a nice detail to do, and then it also keeps the gravel from migrating out onto the public sidewalk as well. So I think that's all I've got.
Good stuff there, Bill. I would be really curious to know about that existing rear porch, because I don't think there's any way that this board ever saw that and approved that. And I'm not sure to what extent that really has bearing on what we're looking at right now. But just acknowledging the neighbors and their concerns. I mean, I completely understand, the resistance to just continuing to expand. And personally, I think the city is currently really behind the 8 ball in terms of mitigating flood risks and as I understand it, the ordinance is currently being reevaluated, and I'm hopeful that things like permeability and lot coverage will be more strategically addressed and controlled there, but currently it's lot coverage is governed by the zoning ordinance, and it looks to me like they are technically reducing it a little bit, and I don't think that was anything you had to ask for a variance of lot coverage, right? Because you removed a shed or something in the rear.
We think there's get the special exception to relocate that HVAC stand to the other side.
I mean, I understand and respect your concerns, but personally, I don't know that there's really any control we have over things like lot coverage. As for the architecture, notes here. You know, I completely agree with Bill that lowering that piazza door and pushing some of those steps inside the piazza footprint would be really positive and would take away a little bit more lot coverage. And then just refining the foundation treatment across the board and listening to, you know, Preservation Society's suggestions and other board members' suggestions, I think would be helpful. And I'll just reiterate that while all this is going on, I think it'd be good to unify the fenestration at the historic piazzas. I think that's all I got.
I think you might have mentioned this, Joel, so there is a graphic discrepancy between well, I'm looking at the proposed first floor plan, and there is a planar break at that living room wall
Okay,
that's showing up,
it's not in my elevation.
and it's not on the elevation. Yeah, and so the foundation is not responding to it.
Okay.
And there's some other things, and I think that well, Bill, Julie both made a lot of good points. I'm not gonna reiterate that, so I can't. But I do think the positioning of that window that was problematic for you on that far outboard side actually would be reflected also. And now there's a very slight step on the inboard side. So repositioning the living room windows to respond a little more to the facade that you're proposed to present there. So I think that facade will actually read quite a bit differently than
Yes.
what's presented here. And so I would like to see if that graphic could be, I don't really have much to add other than what you guys said.
I have nothing to add or conceptual, so I guess the question is, well, for this one, height, scale, mass, and general architectural direction. So. We'll make a motion for conceptual approval with staff conditions. Where did they propose a metal fence? I'm sorry, I missed that.
It was indicated on something, that there was specs for
There's
aluminum.
a gate.
No, it was just a gate, yes. I get
Oh.
that.
Aluminum,
As
in
you're
the
going down a
back.
driveway, there'd just be a gate in, that would let you in the backyard.
And a masonry wall.
Or masonry wall.
Well, I'll keep the staff conditions for what they were. And board conditions to recess some risers into the piazza and lower the piazza door. Unify fenestration at the historic piazzas. Refine foundation treatment
typical, hold on, unified fenestration of the historic piazza. And then your third was
Refine foundation treatment. And mitigate foundation height at the front. Foundation. Finally. Refine proposed fenestration at new enclosure.
Would that include a siding profile change? I would think it'd be lumped in with that.
Yeah, make it refine proposed fenestration and cladding at new enclosure. That's it. Same thing about maximizing permeability of paving.
I don't know, I would like to see, and maybe it's just a personal peeve of mine. I do so much
Site
walk
plan.
on sidewalks downtown and, you know, slipping on the gravel on the public sidewalk. It's
Uh-huh.
nice, it's always nice to have a paved apron extending into the property, that kind of.
It's not reasonable to ask for a detailed site plan.
Yeah.
Or
it's
state
like, yeah,
plan.
mhm.
So we want to see this back here.
There'll be a landscape plan that's done, and I can certainly have that.
Yeah,
Yeah.
Submit detailed site plan.
yeah.
We have a motion on the floor for conceptual approval with staff conditions. And board conditions to recess some risers into piazza and lower the piazza door. To unify the fenestration at the historic piazzas. 3, refine the foundation treatment. 4, mitigate the foundation height at the front elevation. 5, refine the proposed fenestration and cladding at the new enclosure. And 6, to submit a detailed site plan at the next submittal, as part of the next submittal. Do we have a second to Julia's motion?
Second,
Thank you, Bill. Put the motion to a vote. Bill Huey,
Yeah.
Julia,
Stay in favor.
Bill Turner.
yeah, in favor.
The chair votes to the majority and the motion passes unanimously. Thank you. all.
So I left the house in a rush because we wanted to get here at 4:30 and I left my hearing aids at home. I want to make sure I got this right, if you don't mind. So you're approving the raising of the house, but you're also approving the new additions.
Yes, and we're at the conceptual approval stage, so they'll have to come back and refine it.
Okay.
Thank you. Okay, agenda item. Yes, what is the next one? 72 Ash. Yes, we're gonna take a 10-minute recess, so we'll be back at 7:07, not 7:07. Y'all, we're gonna take a break.
Or her whisper. Quite loud. So are we doing great? So what's happening? No.
I don't think anybody said anything about it.
We're taking a break? Okay.
I didn't hear.
No, we're just sitting here waiting.
Julie and I were talking. She was distracting me.
Because they don't have authority. You understand? It's my street. I'm saying. That's how it was. Yeah.
This is how we prefer.
Yeah, yeah. We had issues about the. Yeah, I understand. Move to second door. And these two pages are changing. Yeah, that way. That's the, how you look at a 2D view, like has the roof. I think the only problem here that happens. So I'm a little concerned that this is a non-exclusive condition. It's not on sample maps and meeting. This is not on sample maps. It was there in the 80s, but it was not there. It was not there. Yeah, it's not originally here. It's not there on any of the sample maps. It's not on sample maps, so including in 50s. So my concern is supposed to fix this.
Fairly positive, they don't want to. The concern was to replace the exact, all we're doing. Sample. This is for my restudy. Good conceptual.
I think that and then currently there's. Yeah, right. But they would have to characterize. Like.
I saw you. Blueprints.
I asked her, I think we asked her.
Yeah. Some of Sure. It's all about the housing. This is conceptual. That'll be the detail, non-conceptual. She's similar. Yeah. It's like early to came from. Doing stuff. We're gonna go. We're gonna go to. Great. I'm gonna take a little bit. Her birthday's on the 15th. Right.
Okay. All right, Frankie, when you are ready, please give us an introduction overview of agenda item 872 Ash Street.
72 Ash is in Cannon Borough, Elliott Borough, which is Council District 6. It is a category for circa 1890 in the historic material demolition purview. They're requesting to alter a window size in the north elevation. This is the property's location on Ash Street. The existing site photos. Some context of Ash. And architecture inventory from 1985. We have some Sanborn maps too. And I will turn it over to the applicant.
Good evening, my name is Trevor, and the homeowner bought this house 6 months ago, and they are seeking to enlarge a transom window as it served a bedroom, and it's the only window in that bedroom. I talked with building codes and they said that it needs to be an egress size window, so 3 feet wide, 5 feet tall. The existing transom is 3 feet wide, so really we would just be changing the height of it. We would do, a historic wood window to match the rest. And really, that's all I have.
Any questions for the applicant?
Do you have a site plan, what the setback is on that side of the house?
I don't, I know it's right on the property line. I can get a site plan for it.
Surprised they would allow any larger of an opening that's on a zero property line.
Realize it was.
It is a parking lot right there. So, if there's a house, that maybe have been more of an issue.
I think they go back property lines. Isn't it?
Any questions for the applicant? No, thank you. Any public comment? All right, if we give us city staff comments and recommendations, please.
Just have the one that we were saying that the opening should be the same proportion as existing windows, but if they're requiring larger per code, I do understand that. Staff recommendation is approval of demolition. And if is that the size they're requiring what you're showing on the drawing?
Yes.
Then we'll just say staff recommends approval of demolition.
Okay. Trevor, did you want to respond to or clarify anything raised in the?
Oh, no, I mean, the top left window is slightly narrower, but it is taller. So all the windows in that house are kind of different sizes, but we are trying to keep within the same sizes somewhat.
Okay. Thank you. All right, public comment that the applicant's presentation is now closed. We'll move into board discussion and a vote.
I mean, I think it really has to be deferred for building inspections to review it with a site plan, because I just imagine they didn't realize that it was at zero property line. And that's not to say that you could never achieve what you need to achieve, because you're allowed to sort of give and take with the existing opening area that you have. Like you could shrink another window in order to enlarge this one. You just can't simply add additional opening when you don't have at least, 3 feet setback. And even if you did that, I would suggest that you do what staff is recommending and use the same proportions as what's above, even if you need to have it constructed as a casement window, because that could provide adequate egress without being 3x5. So deferral with a, what do you think, Bill? How would you handle that?
Verify that definitely, just in case it becomes an issue, if you're right about that.
Because it might be back, if we either approved or denied it, it may come back before us anyway, so.
I can, they'll work with you, and I do think the window you've submitted is a good window. Doesn't have, vinyl jam liners or anything, it's a good window, so.
The elevation is really visible from the crosstown, so that proportion relative to the others. It's unfortunate.
I don't know, that is a point. It's
Verify with building inspections.
inspections, no.
I mean, we could, I suppose I would say we could theoretically approve a casement window or a window to match the window proportion above. But verify with building inspections.
We'll have to with the permits. Which I sent out, Caitlin sent you the information. Yeah, so I did let them know that, if building might not approve it, we didn't know when it was submitted that it was because building it was requiring them to have the egress. So, I mean, we did bring it up, and since it was because of their requirement, that's when we came in with it.
And I'm obviously not opposed to egress, but I mean, like F&W could make a really nice looking casement window that, so there are options to achieve egress, proper code compliant egress without defaulting to a 3x5 double hung window. So what if I say, make a motion for approval of an enlarged window. Approval of an enlarged window with a board condition that it match the proportions of the window above it. Or the window beside it, one of them. And a board condition to verify with the building department requirements relative to setback from the property line. And a review by staff.
Okay, so we have a motion on the floor for approval of demolition. Sorry, approval of an enlarged window.
Well, it should be a demolition.
And what's the bud line?
Um,
Oh, bud line, okay.
Is that sliver?
That's why I got weird.
It doesn't bother me.
We looked up, it was in different purpose.
It is.
Oh, it's like that.
That sliver of
Oh.
land up there.
I think of Ash Street as being.
Yeah.
open.
It's that one little.
So you're allowing demolition or removal of the existing window and demolition of the wall in order to provide an opening the same size as.
Yeah.
And if you want, just to know when things were crazy, say for a new basement egress window. Cause if they think we're trying to do
Yeah.
double hung, they'll be like, you never did it.
Yeah.
It's not big enough.
Okay, so approval of demolition of existing window and enlargement of opening
Mhm.
for new casement window.
Basement egress window. To match.
Window, with board conditions that it match the proportions of the window above or beside.
Or
And-
we saying it's a simulated double hung
We can't.
with a wider.
We can't.
X-ray? Oh, we can't.
No,
That's what we'd be looking for.
right.
And then 2, to verify with the building department, the requirements relative to lot setbacks.
Yeah.
And final review by staff.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Mission. Okay.
Oh,
Oh, yeah, because we approved that. Do I have a second to Julia's motion?
I'll second.
Bill Turner, the motion to a vote, Bill Huey,
Yay, in favor.
Julia, in favor, Bill Turner.
Yeah, in favor.
Chair vote to the majority and the motion is unanimously. Thank you.
Thank you.
Frank, if you give us an introduction overview to agenda item 9, 200 Wentworth Street.
Okay, 200 Roper Street is in Charleston Village, Council District 8. It is not surveyed circa 1966 in the Old Historic District. Requesting after the fact approval for alterations to a previously approved portico over the front door and stairs. This is the property's location on Wentworth. I'm gonna skip existing site photos because I do have photos from our inspection with the portico in place. Context of Wentworth Street. And Barry. And then this is from the theater inspection. The portico constructed. There's someone else for photos. All right, and we will turn it over to the applicant.
Good evening, I'm Mindy Thompson with First Choice Designs. It was not our intent to go against what was approved in October, I believe. When submitting the building, because it was approved on staff, what is it called? Sorry, staff approval.
Final review of staff.
There you go. So when we went to send it in, this is my first time doing this. I sent it into the VAR and Linda replied that it just got sent to the building department and you guys would approve with those plans. So the plans that are on the screen right now are the plans that were approved by the building department. The reason why it was designed that way is because one, where the portico roof is, falls about 6-7 inches below the window up front, up top, which allowed for proper flashing for the portico. Had we put it up on the plans that I was showed earlier, the proper flashing would not have been maintained because the roof would have impeded on that front, on that top window there in the center. It also allowed where it has been constructed to go on like a little bump out that's on the porch. And I don't know if it shows, yes, there you go. To go on that little bump out there, which helped preserve pretty much like 95% of that railing, which we need because of the amount of steps that we're going up. I think that's it. It was a mistake. Apparently, there was an email sent in January from the building department that I missed, saying that the BAR and their plans did not match in which plans were being used. And I was just like, these are the plans, like resubmitted them. And I was like, these are plans that we have. And I did not even think to come back to the BAR and go, wait, what plans do you guys have? Because the building department's saying they don't match. And that's it.
Any questions for the applicant?
There are 2 sheets A2 in here. Frankie, could you look at them, because the width of the landing in front of the front door is markedly wider in one
Yes.
than in the
That
other.
entire center element. is marked.
Yes, so that was another thing that we noticed. We had a drafter working with us. And when they created the first set of plans, they said that it was in at 1/4 of a scale. When I put the architect scale to it, it actually went in at 3/16 to an inch scale. The new plan there is actual 1/4 inch, and that's why it looks remarkably wider on the new set of plans.
The windows are different too.
But that doesn't look, the photograph doesn't look that wide.
No.
Got some
You know, the windows
drawing
are-
errors.
The windows are kind of on the place I'm looking at sheet A2, I don't
Yeah.
know which A2, but I mean, like, that doesn't.
No, it's not how it is.
So the second A2 is what was approved.
No, the first A2 was approved. The second A2 is after the fact.
Oh, I was looking at the stamp that said plans approved by BAR in October.
I guess A2 and A3, they're shown now, like the windows aren't the same as there's a lot of, there's a lot of discrepancies on these drawings still. That need to be cleaned up. You really need to get these cleaned up. And accurate.
Any other questions? Okay, thank you. Do we have anyone speaking from the public?
I'm part of the applicant, I'm in comment.
Oh, well, please.
Mark Wellborn with Palmetto Craftsman. The contract that developed what roof. Could I change the?
Yeah, let me, oh, is it working? Sometimes I have to click on it for it to start
So if you
working.
look at this picture here, the column is placed on this projected rounded section of the steps. If it would have been placed on this column, on this step, it would have encroached on the width of the steps. And so one of the views on the plan shows a dimension that is not accurate. So I don't know if we could blow that up, but
I can zoom in.
yes, the dimension shown there is reading 10'5" and 10'10" and 5/8.
Doesn't like
If you go out to the site and measure it, it's actually 15'5" and 5.
Yeah.
So there's multiple discrepancies in the drawings.
Well. that should have been-
And we certainly did not intend to go against what the board had recommended or approved. It was a natural fit for it to be on the second step because of that rounded projection. And we apologize for, again, not building it the way it was approved. but it was a natural fit to where it is now. I did not realize that it was approved at a smaller scale.
Any questions? Thank you. Anyone speaking to the public? Oh.
First of all, thank you for allowing me to comment. I'm the homeowner. My name is Paul McGee. And I appreciate this because I couldn't hear anything the first half of this meeting. I think everybody should have one of these in front of us. We couldn't hear anything. Now, my comment is that the original intent of this porch was like the back. That's the back porch right there. And what we would like, what I would have liked to have done is do that on the front. And the only way to really have that done was to put it on the two pedestals at the bottom of the stairs that had wrought iron at the bottom. We took those off and intended to put that portico over those with those natural breaks in the porch. That way we wouldn't have to encroach on the stairs to make it any smaller. And we wouldn't have to build another piling to put the porch on. Those were the natural way to do that. I thought it was approved all along, and I said, that looks good to me. The finished product is great. Everybody that I know of says it looks wonderful. It looks like it's always been there. So I said, that's great. Bob's your uncle. That's all I have to say. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Is there anyone else with the applicant speaking?
I know that there was one letter of support from public.
Yes, we got. We did. We got one from Carol and Jim Davidson, 33 Bear.
Neighbors, across the street neighbors.
Yes. Okay, so no one from the public? Well, other than who'd already spoken. Okay, Frankie, if you give us city staff comments and recommendations, please.
Okay, so we just had a couple observations. As we stated, this was determined by staff that it wasn't built as constructed when we did the final BAR inspection. And there is a discrepancy of dimensions in the drawings that have been approved. That's the ones for the permit. And as someone already stated, that there seems to be some discrepancy within the as-built drawing sets as well. With a project like this, staff recommendation has to be denial of after the fact because it does not match the dimensions that were approved by the board. So that's really the only information staff has. We don't have additional recommendations.
Okay, thank you, Frankie. So before we go into board discussion, did you all want to respond to or clarify anything raised in the city staff comment? You don't have to, but it's an opportunity to respond to any of these comments from staff before we close public comment and move into our vote.
Right, I will just say that,
if you could approach the podium too. Thank you.
I will just say that, since these drawings were done, the drafter no longer works with us. If the board wants us to redraw them to what they should be for a submittal, I can get the new drafter to do it into proper thing and make sure that Dennis puts his architectural scale on every drawing before they're resubmitted.
All right, public comment in the applicant's presentation is now closed. We'll move into board discussion and a vote.
We do need accurate drawings, and I'm looking now at the proposed, and I'm looking at the photograph, and portions still don't look the same.
Thank you. Can you get to the, what's your site photograph of the as constructed?
Let's go to our inspection photos. I think that's gonna help the most.
What I mean.
And we also have a kind of side by side of the rear that was approved with the front. I've also got a little bit straight on view. Is that better?
Yeah. Yeah, I agree. These drawings, they're absolutely horrendous. It's probably one of the worst submittal packages I've seen. Windows are not shown that are there. There's no detail to the drawings. They're terrible. But I'm wondering if a new set of drawings, I mean, an accurate set of drawings needs to be done, at least for the record. But as far as what we're doing here, I mean, do you go off of what's already there? What's the photograph? And I went by there and looked at it myself. The thing that I find the worst in going out there looking at it is these columns are resting on something that's not even as big as the column. Column bases overhang masonry below. I almost think that those masonry piers need to be redone somehow. Not the steps or anything, but the piers themselves. So there's something more substantial for those columns to be resting on.
That makes sense, Bill.
It's not a pier.
And no, we're out of public comment unless there's a question that you have.
Sure, if you've got something
It's
there.
it's not a pier, it is part of the steps.
Yeah, I mean, I went out there, look, you know, it's what it's resting on. I mean, whatever you call it, it's
Smaller.
it's smaller than the base of the column above.
Yeah.
So it sounds like, for the record, there needs to be new drawings, but the question now, would you approve it?
I don't think these are accurate.
Oh, they're not.
No.
They're not. I mean, you can see there's a lot more roof above those dormers.
Well, I guess, can you approve it based on the pictures that you're looking at, since I think that's the only.
Yeah, I'm torn. I don't want to reward a really bad submittal by going off what the photos are. But at the same time, you know, our other drawings gonna,
What if we defer it for accurate drawings with a board condition to adjust the base of the columns to be properly proportioned to support the columns? And that would include proper existing previous drawings and proposed.
Can you repeat that board condition that the?
Referral to allow the applicant to provide accurate, existing and proposed drawings.
Yeah, got that. With the board condition that the.
Board condition to propose enlargement of the masonry elements supporting the new columns.
And Julia, that was a motion, just
Was it?
made. Okay, we have a motion on the floor for deferral, for submittal of accurate existing and proposed drawings, with a board condition to propose enlargement of the masonry elements supporting the new columns. Do I have a second to Julia's motion?
I'll second.
Phil, the motion to a vote. Fillmore,
Yeah, in favor.
Bill Huey,
Yeah, in favor.
Julia,
Yay in favor.
Phil Turner.
Yeah, in favor.
The chair votes with a majority and the motion passes unanimously. Okay, agenda item 10, 48 Rutledge Avenue. Frankie, if you give us an introduction, overview of the project, please.
.48 Rutledge is in Charleston Village, Council District 8. Previous structure which the board has approved for demolition was not surveyed circa 1968 in the old historic district, requesting conceptual approval for a new single-family residence and new rear accessory structure. This is the property's location on Rutledge Avenue. Site photos showing the current building approved for demo. Some context of Rutledge. And we had a previous photo in with the last little, I forgot to take that out, I apologize. I will turn it over to the applicant.
Good evening. My name is Gov Gottschalk and here to present for conceptual approval drawings for, as Frankie said, a new residence on this property with an accessory building in the rear. As Frankie mentioned, we have previous approval to demolish the existing one-story brick building that was built in the 1960s. And we also have been through zoning. We confirmed the setbacks. We have variances for setbacks or extenuating, continuing existing setbacks. And because of new flight elevations, height restrictions, they have all been approved by zoning. So we are here. I got to tell you, this is the first time I've been here. I didn't realize I was going to drive tonight. So
If you've got issues with it, let me know.
yeah.
Oops. Sorry, once I zoom in once, it tends to mess things up.
Right.
There you go.
So this is a survey of the existing property, just showing the house that was the footprint of the house that was to be demolished.
He fixed the scale for you.
So the drawing on the left shows the existing footprint. The drawing on the right shows the new proposed footprint. We've actually increased the setbacks from what was existing. We're a little bit further off the property lines now. And so there's a main residence in the front, and then the accessory building in the back. We are asking for the one-time exemption to setbacks for that rear accessory building. This is the accessory building elevations that are going to be built at the back of the property in elevation. Floor plan, the bottom floor would be parking and storage, and then a little one-story, two-bedroom efficiency unit in the back. This is the context of the proposed front residence with the profile of the accessory building in the back, showing that it is subservient to the proposed residence. And this is floor plans for the proposed main structure, first floor plan, second floor plan, the third, fourth plan, and an attic plan. And top drawing is proposed street elevation. The bottom drawing is the right side elevation. And we have on the top there is the proposed rear elevation and the north elevation at the bottom of the drawing. And this drawing shows a streetscape of the adjacent houses. 48 Rutledge is the second house in from the left. So it's this 48 Rutledge, this block of 48 Rutledge has a mixture of architectural styles on it. There's some single houses. There's some just kind of call it eclectic style houses on there as well too. So this house is just being designed to add another element to that block of the neighborhood. So we're looking for conceptual approval for this project.
Any questions for the applicant?
That's just a technicality, but is that accessory building intended to be a separate dwelling?
No, it's not. I don't think the owner. So what I've got here, we actually were coming in to get approval for the accessory building. The accessory building, the owner would like to build that first and have that on site to kind of act as I'm going to say an office and place to build the main house out of. So it's kind of I'm going to say it's a permanent job site office, which then he will use for possibly short-term rental if that's allowed by zoning, or just guest house in the future.
Any other questions? All right. Thank you.
Yes, thank you.
Do we have any public comment?
Laurel Fay with the Preservation Society of Charleston. The PSC would like to begin by noting the importance of this infill opportunity in such an intact historic historic context fronting Colonial Lake. As proposed, we are not supportive of this design in terms of height, scale, mass, and architectural direction. The massing of the building is overly wide in comparison with the predominant rhythm of buildings along the streetscape, and the height should be reduced by eliminating the cupola and south-facing dormer. This would also help simplify the high-style design direction that is out of character with the surrounding context and creates a false sense of history. In this vein, the front-facing double-height porches and dual staircase should also be restudied. While we encourage drawing inspiration from features characteristic of Charleston's vernacular architecture, it's important that new construction read of its time. Given the level of restudy needed, we recommend denial as submitted. Thank you.
Historic Charleston Foundation, or April Wood, Historic Charleston Foundation. Can you guys hear me? Like when I speak with you, can you hear me?
I don't think it's.
That seemed like it went off again.
I think, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay,
Yes.
so it's weird that I feel like it's going on and off, so I feel bad.
It's
that-
whenever you speak.
The HCF has reviewed the application conceptual approval for a new single-family residence and new accessory structure at 48 Highland Avenue. It is important that new architecture fits within the context of the existing historic neighborhood. We believe that the proposed front residence needs refinement before it will fit within the streetscape. The double front entry stairs are too grand for this location of the city. The cupola is also out of character for this area. We advise simplifying the design of the structure. We are also concerned that the drawings do not have enough detail to understand the project fully. We respectfully recommend a so that the front residence can be simplified and the drawings updated to provide more information about the proposed design of the house. Thank you.
Is there anyone else speaking? Okay, Frankie, if you give us city staff comments and recommendations, please.
First, staff had some observations. Proposed house does not seem to meet height, scale, and mass criteria. The combination of width and height is too much for the context of the street. Proposed structure should be narrower or shorter. To be this wide, which would be preferred to be placed further back on the lot, like 50 Rutledge. The cupola is overwhelming and out of context as proposed, and the architecture direction is unknown, provided the provided drawings show mostly massing, not detail to indicate direction. Rear accessory unit has a nice modesty, which should be appropriate once direction of main house is determined. Had the main structure been approvable and complementary, we would have had no issue approving the rear accessory as is. We just want to note that garage doors facing street are not typically approved by BAR, but due to placement on site, staff is not opposed. But street facing garage doors will need high quality of detailing though. Staff conditions for approval is to restudy height, scale, and mass to be more in context with adjacent structures. Reconsider the cupola addition or its placement on the structure and determine the architecture direction of proposed house to be complementary to the proposed accessory structure. Staff recommendation is restudy of height, scale, and mass and architecture of main house. And where did the rest of my comment go? It was a deferral. I'm sorry, I don't know where the rest of the text went.
Mr. Gottschalk, did you want to respond to anything raised in the staff comments or in the public comments?
Yes, if I could, please. Oops. Respect that, I have to disagree with almost everything you guys said today. I think the width of the house, the width of the proposed house is no wider than what was there previously. Because of the flood elevations, we are forced to come up 9 feet. So we can't use that first floor as to count, we have to count that as a story. So we are only a 2-story house with, on top of that, with attic space being utilized for living area as well. So the house really, if you look at the house to the left, the eave line or the eave height of that house matches, and in fact is lower than 2 of the 3 houses to the right of it. So I think height, scale, and mass, we are actually very much in conjunction with the street. And if you go to other houses that are further to the right and further to the left, they are not Charleston Zinkler houses either. As I said, this block is unique in the fact that it has very many different architectural styles on it. As far as the cupola goes, well, the house right on the left has a cupola on it already, so that's not a foreign element to the street. I think this is an opportunity to take advantage of the location on Rutledge Avenue with the front porches overlooking that view. I think it actually sets a higher use of the location in order to take advantage of the site advantages. So I understand your comments, but I would respectfully have to disagree with it. So I guess that's it. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, public comment and the applicant's presentation is now closed. We'll move into board discussion and a vote.
As far as the height goes, I don't have an issue. Not really no higher than house next door, and it's not that much higher than some of the residents of the lot. And I think when you look contextually at the entire frontage of Colonial Lake, the height does not bother me. The proportions, as viewed on the front elevation, I think they could become a little more vertical. I think is what I think needs to happen. I don't think this is a do-over at all. I do believe the cupola is probably a little overscaled. It needs to be scaled back. It's hard to really grasp. I think of your simple drawings are kind of working against you as far as determining architectural direction. I think if the drawings had more detail, I would be able to better judge the architectural direction. So I think the architectural direction is kind of up in the air for me in a lot of ways. I'm okay with the height, but the proportions I think need to be worked on, and the scale of the cupola is another element that troubles me.
I would agree with everything you said, Bill, and I'll just add a couple of quick comments about the accessory building. On sheet, I believe it's A4, which talks about the elevation. At some point there's a vertical dimension of 9 feet, but then the components of that are 5 feet and 2 feet. So I just would ask for a clarification of that. It's like the ground floor to the finished floor elevation is 9 feet, but then beside that, it says it's 2 feet plus 5 feet equals 9. So it's just something I'm curious about. And I don't know if you went to zoning to have them review this, but I don't believe that the property is large enough to support 2 dwellings without a density variance. So I don't think it would be able to have a full kitchen as shown zoning. But architecturally, I'm right in line with what Bill said.
I want to add just one thing, and it's not the north side of the building. I mean, you're far enough off the property line from windows, but I wonder have you run that by the neighbors next door? I'm just wondering if you're going to end up with some angry neighbors with all those windows overlooking your piazza. I think the windows help that facade. Architecturally, yeah, too. I just wonder if you're going to end up with some angry next door neighbors.
Mm-hmm.
I have not spoken to them. I don't know whether the client has. Yeah.
I guess they would have shown up here at the meeting.
Sure.
Yeah, North Side Manners
North
or
Side
thing.
Manners, yeah.
There were written comments submitted that. There were written comments. Lengthy ones. Yeah. Worth noting. And those are all, they're on the city's website if you want.
Oh, there were comments.
Public comments,
Okay.
yeah, from neighbors.
They were not particularly the ones that.
Yeah, I agree with Bill. I don't think this is a complete review. I agree with the height, seems to be fine. One thing maybe you potentially consider is, maybe instead of the 5-bay proposal for the front porches and piazza, maybe a 3-bay, where you can make your second floor columns a little more proportional. Looks like you cut down to 9 feet with those. And again, it's the graphics too. You're right. Clean that up, but maybe going to a 3-bay porch where you could just enhance that proportion a little bit more. Yeah, I'm not adverse to the idea of a cupola, but I think the scale might be a little bit big, but again, the detailing is just something that might help bring that to fruition. And I do agree definitely with staff's comment about the language of the house and the language of the rear unit kind of talking to each other. I think it's a really special opportunity to do something with that. So yeah, it's not really height for me. I think it's more, I guess I would call it, I don't even know. There's not enough general architectural direction to discern really what we're doing. So I guess it would be,
Clarification of architectural direction.
it's just gonna be more refined drawing, but
Yeah.
we need to be able to give Gus some idea of what, what's going on here. So that would be my quick summary, would be maybe to investigate, maybe a 3-bay front double, if it is a double porch, 3-bay. That also then will take a narrower width to respond to the street because of the depth of the porch you're presenting. So what you will perceive would be that width then back to the main house. And I think probably just something to keep an eye on would be things like the detailing, like at the dormer, like we try to avoid the little pork chop detail on the dormers and things like that, because some of what's going on here does give a nod to a little more of a high style. I think there's probably a balance somewhere in between, because like the entry stairs and then the presence of the cupola and everything, that's starting to read like high style, at least the interpretation I'm getting. But then, in juxtaposition would be like that dormer, which is really basically detailed. And I think the little house could use maybe some of the enhancements that the main house might have. So just have the language of those two working together. As a compound, I think you can pull this together. You probably are going to need to take a step to do a little more detail on the drawings.
This is conceptual, it's height, scale, mass, and general architectural direction. And I think that the proportions need work for height, scale, mass. I think that the cupola, I'm not sure whether you can say that or not, and not have the house look over scale. You may be scaling it down, would help. I think it's difficult to determine general architectural direction from the limited information we have here. From my perspective, I would like to see height, scale, mass, and architectural direction acceptable for conceptual approval. I wouldn't want to send a message that I think you can get architectural direction without spending a lot of energy and money on drawings that then might not meet height, scale, and mass approval. And so I would like to see all of that come back in a genuine conceptual approach.
I feel like there's adequate information provided for the accessory dwelling for us to be able to get a feel for
I do
it.
too.
But then the front house is very nebulous.
But I would be unwilling to prove the
Mm-hmm,
accessory building without at least a conceptual
exactly.
approval for height, scale, mass, and architectural direction to make sure that the two are compatible.
Can I ask a question of the board, I guess, for government, something that we heard from, I believe Laurel said it. For April, I'll give you the one you guys credit, whoever said it, but, the style of the house, I don't know that, to me, I don't like to have a new house limited to not having style because it's a new house. Obviously, it can't read as a replica of a house, but it can have its own, you want to call it high style, but it can have those type of, in my opinion, I'm just throwing that out as the idea of thinking more about how to, unify the design. But your point to height, scale, and mass, like I said, I don't have a problem with height, as you said, Bill. And it might just be from scale, I usually relate to elements, which we don't have fine definition of. So that's why I'm grasping a little bit at that. But I think at least the things that have been discussed would be probably warranted.
You know, to me, staff really did a good job. I could almost adopt their recommendation verbatim and their conditions.
I think they did. And I think your point about the little house, I think it looks good. The only thing I'm hoping that it will bring detail and congruity with whatever you come up with on the main house.
And my point was just that this level of detail is needed at the main house. You know, it's like this was given attention, but then the main house was just kind of
Yes,
phoned in.
right.
So Julie, did you just make a motion for deferral for restudy of height, scale, mass, and architectural direction?
Not height.
Deferral for,
Scale, math, and architectural.
well, does that get to what Fillmore was saying? Or,
We could
I
do,
mean,
I think
I
staff
think
staff's
that was the
conditions are
discussion, So
fine.
that's definitely on the record. I think it's gone, I think it's been received.
so restudy scale, mass.
Just do, I think staff's conditions are good, just if you wanna delete height.
Yeah,
You
restudy
guys
for
agree?
scale, mass, and architectural direction. Not for the main house, it's for both.
Okay.
Well, you said, okay, that
Yeah,
was my
okay,
takeaway.
That's good, sounds good.
Okay, with staff conditions. Do I have a second to Julia's motion?
Well, I was adopting staff's conditions, which do say height. Like you don't even need to write anything, you can just take their conditions and recommendation and strike height.
That's what, so deferral for restudy
Mhm,
of
What you read.
scale, mass, and architectural direction
Mhm.
with staff conditions.
Correct.
Okay, do you have a second?
Second.
You Bill? The motion to a vote, Fillmore,
May oppose.
Bill Turner,
Yay in favor.
Julia,
Yeah, in favor.
Bill Huey.
Yeah.
The chair votes with a majority and the motion passes 4-4 and 1 against. Thank you. Agenda item 11, 113 Cumming Street. Frank, we give us an introduction and overview of the project, please.
113 Cumming Street is on Radcliffe Borough, Council District 6. It is a category 4, circa 1852 to 1872 in the Old Historic District, requesting conceptual approval for alteration to porches and addition. This is the property's location on Cumming Street. Existing site photos. Some context of Cumming. A Sanborn map showing the history of the structures. We are talking about the rear structure. And architecture survey from 1985. Be the image on the right. And I will turn it over to the applicant.
Hello again, everyone. Is Mike working? I can't really tell from here.
No, I don't think it is. Maybe cut it off and on.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right.
Yes.
I'm Ed Thompson, and
got Aaron here as well. He's a contractor for the property. I think he spoke to you guys during after the fact. That's my review. And we're here just after the restudy. And wanted to come back and show you some of the changes that we made, pursuant to your suggestions and, kind of go through that from here real quickly, and not take as much time as I did last time. So the changes that I show, got revision clouds. I don't know, zooming wasn't helping. First one, one of the first notes that we talked about was just reducing. Thank you, if you don't mind zooming in on. So I've got it set up with the existing, the proposed, previously proposed and proposed first floor plan here. We stepped in the porch person, just due to the comment from last time, stepped it in 10 inches in order to just narrow the presence of that porch and allow there to be some, for it to basically look less like a big rectangle, and add a little bit of just dimension and shape to it, while still maintaining what we were going for with what is obviously shy of a Charleston single porch, but in that direction and going towards that functionality. Also, one of the comments that we received was that it would be good to go ahead and remove the second door that we initially were going to split, the second door on the entrance to the porch. So we've done that. Let's go forward here.
Sorry, once I zoom in, it's
Yeah.
it's all good. There we
I
go.
think I've got a couple of pages that I didn't put the revisions on because the first and second floors are essentially identical. All right. Let's see if I can follow myself along here. So one of the main issues that we ended up talking about in the last meeting was something that if I had raised my hand, perhaps I had something to address, but it needed to be modified in the plans anyway. We talked a bit about making sure that the roof pitch returned as was, requested in the after the fact permit, that the roof pitch was returned to the previously existing pitch. More or less, it boils down to a drafting error, where it was shown the 912 pitch as existing. Measurements that were taken did indicate 40-degree pitch, and it was essentially a drafting error to show that the existing was 912, when in fact it is a 1012 pitch with a gable. And our intent and is now properly shown. I think the revision cloud is up. Yeah, if you can zoom in just a little bit, Frankie, to the bottom one. And I'll address the roofing materials as well, but I should really make that text a little bigger. So we are the full intent is to replace the roof in like kind to how it was over the main section of the historic sections of the house. So that's the bump out that forms those two bathrooms with the low pitch gable that you can see in the existing. As you saw, it was there in the photograph during the architectural inventory in 1985. It's not on any of the Sanborn maps. And so as we had talked about before, we hoped to infill and a small addition from that section where those bathrooms were, and also expand the porch, as we again previously talked about and didn't have a lot of feedback outside of narrowing that presence. The other component that I think we talked about was the roofing material as it was. I can let Aaron speak to that, but my full understanding is that we had 5V metal crimp as the actual roofing material that was removed. And the goal, as long as y'all permit it, I understand that it may not be ideal, but the goal would be to replace in like kind with 5V metal crimp. But stand and seam would be, we're open to suggestions on how you would like to proceed with the actual roofing material.
So right now, we do have a permit that was accepted by the VAR and already pulled a permit for standing seam hand crimp roof. So, that's what they actually want. We can do that. That's no problem.
I know this is, y'all can bring feedback in a second here. But again, I think on my next page. Yeah, you can keep it zoomed actually.
Oh, you want it zoomed? Okay.
Towards the top, yeah, we're kind of looking up to the existing. I just documented that the drafting error showed the 912 pitch, previously true roof pitch. Despite the sagging rafters, I presume when we talked about not going, putting the roof back exactly the way it was, that we didn't necessarily, we weren't, as you can see on the, I should go back page actually. There we go. The sagging and degradation of the structure over time. The gable itself pitched down significantly towards the rear. One point of clarification, I suppose, is to find out if that's what we meant by replacing it exactly as it was. But otherwise, the goal would be to level it, straighten it out, and make sure it's structurally sound as it goes back. And as far as as far as everything goes from there, I think I'm just hoping to hear feedback from you all and see if we address everything that you're all concerned about.
Any questions for the applicant? Thank you all. Do we have anyone speaking?
James Doyle, I'm the Vice President of Radcliffe Borough Neighborhood Association. Since this has gone on forever, I just want to repeat that the Neighborhood Association wants to see this thing get repaired.
Hi, I'm confused. I live at 119 Cumming Street, and my daughter and I own 115 Cumming Street, which is right next door. We would really like to see this project get going. The back house is in very poor shape. It's about to fall over into my daughter's backyard. They need to get going on this, and we'd really appreciate your approval. Thank you.
Is there anyone else speaking? All right, Frankie. Staff comments and recommendations, please.
Okay, we just went through the previous board comments. The drawing does indicate that the roof pitch matches the historic portion. The porch has been narrowed from the previous middle by 10 inches. The double front door has been changed to single door, and the floor to ceiling height has still been increased. But you guys did say that you were willing to discuss a change in E-height. Staff did not have any additional comments, so we are recommending conceptual approval of the final review by staff.
Thank you, Frank. Did you want to respond to or clarify anything raised in the public comment or the city staff comments? And you don't have to, but.
But step back.
Yes,
Okay.
please.
Just in respect to leaf height and or the plate heights as well. Just wanted to add that anything that we could do at a staff level or with you guys to address concerns there, to make sure that that is adequately addressed to your standards. We're more than willing to do that and hopefully get this going. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, public comment and the applicant's presentation is now closed. We'll move into board discussion and a vote.
I'm just basically going to repeat what I repeated in the last meeting. This building, it started out and it is still very much like a simple outbuilding. It was, I'm almost 100% sure it was a kitchen house because of the large central chimney that's shown in the photograph from the survey. And this, in my opinion, with the additions and the so-called parting up of this building, it no longer looks like an outbuilding. Matter of fact, it's dolled up more than the main house now. And I think that whatever happens to this building, it needs to be kept simple. It was a simple utility building, a kitchen house originally, and it looks nothing like a kitchen house anymore. And with this additions, pretty much the entire south side of the building is now obscured with these large additions. So I'm not in favor of this at all.
Maybe what was the previous motion was referral.
Deferral with board conditions to retain existing roof pitch, will entertain an increase in eave height. Narrow presence of proposed porch off corner of proposed addition. Consider eliminating double entry door to single and refinement of general detailing.
Thank you. I mean, I hear what you're saying. But procedurally, I think they were responding to the previous motion and so my only comments really are that the standing seam hand grip metal would be much preferable to 5B crimp. And for the neighborhood benefit, I think the reason this has languished and taken so long is because there was a lot of unpermitted demolition done after the fact situations that would have to be resolved. Is that right, Frankie?
Yes.
Yeah, so I mean, we didn't intend, nobody intentionally wanted to drag this out at all. But I'm okay with it. I'm okay with their responses to it, as long as the roofing is standing seam with and crimped ridge.
Yeah, I think that what was raised last time has been addressed, and certainly I wouldn't want to see a 5D roof on anything that's heated and cool. But I put up standing seam with a hand crimp bridge. I think is excellent for this. And to Bill's point, I understand your thought on this, Bill. I do think there's probably not, I mean, probably not much left of that original modest kitchen house stuff. I think it's going to have to be changed to be useful. It's going to have some modification to it, and I think this is probably not too terrible.
I'm not saying it's a bad design. We just say that we've taken what was a very much intact, simple building, and someone decided to just completely destroy it through unpermitted demolition. And I don't like rewarding someone by giving them this much leeway for tearing down what was there. And I don't think we should, even though there's not a lot left, I don't think we should be taking what was a simple outbuilding and turning it into something that is probably higher style than the house out in front of it now. It is not subservient to the main house now. It's completely opposite.
There's not a site section or anything like that.
So I'll just go back to Julia's point. I mean, we were giving the applicant a laundry list of items to take a look at. He took a look at them, he fixed them. They've stated they're gonna put a hand grip metal roof on it. Done what we asked them to do. I agree with staff's recommendation.
Bill, did you make a motion?
Conceptual approval with final review by staff. With staff, oh, those are observations.
Do you want the board condition, the standing seam metal roof?
The board condition that the roof material be hand crimp standing seam.
Okay, we have a motion on the floor for conceptual approval, with the board condition that roof material be hand crimp standing seam and final review by staff. Do I have a second?
Second now.
Thank you, Julia. I'll put the motion to a vote. Bill Turner,
Nay opposed.
Bill Moore,
Yay in favor.
Bill Huey,
Yeah, in favor.
Julia. Yay in favor. The chair votes the majority and the motion passes 4-4 and 1 against. Okay, the 12th and final agenda item. 20 Murray Boulevard. Frankie, if you give us an introduction overview of the project, please.
20 Murray Boulevard is in Charlestown, Council District 8, it is new in the Old Historic District, requesting preliminary approval of new single-family residence. Says the property's location on Murray Boulevard. Some photos of the previous structure. And I will turn it over to the applicant.
Good evening, Justin Barrick with Code Planning Architects. So we're here for preliminary approval for this project. The last time we received the conceptual approval, the comments that were brought up dealt with some of the massing of the project, simplifying and unifying the fenestration patterns. And then some more articulation of the site plan and details with regards to some of the low terraces that surround the at grade or just above grade levels of the property. So with regards to that, we've taken another study of this project, just sort of all the way around. And I'll kind of highlight quickly the elements that we looked at, altered and reconsidered. This is the site plan. So largely the board was in favor of the general site layout of the home on the property with the sort of C-shaped design and creating an interior courtyard on the left side of the property, getting as much afternoon light and keeping the volumes thin on the front, the middle, and the end. So this was the this was the conceptual submittal, and the preliminary is shown here. So the layout on the site is very similar, with the exception of the air conditioning or mechanical equipment, which was at the end of the rear property along the side property line. We're now proposing to relocate that on the back side of the building on the roof, and I'll show you that in the elevations. As we look at the street context, this was the conceptual submittal, and the preliminary is very similar as far as height, scale, and mass to the just adjacent building, which is elevated. Again, this property with the design flood elevation, I believe at 15. So we've got the structure set as tight to that as humanly possible. And for the masonry portions of the building, we're looking at doing true masonry with stucco on it above the design flood elevation, with masonry piers down to the ground, and then breakaway panels as required by FEMA below the design flood elevation. So that was the previous, this is the existing. And we've added spot elevations and some additional sections through these areas. The entire pool terrace, which is only on the back side of the property, which is only about 16 inches off the ground, just enough to literally get a little bit of a vanishing edge on that pool. And then the site slopes towards Murray Boulevard. So the little front terrace behind the street garden wall, that terrace is more like about 2.5 feet, or a little over 2 feet above adjacent grade. And I'll have a section through there as well. So this was the previous plan. You can see on the lower left corner, there's a little basically build out for the condensing units. And here we've actually altered that to where that back volume extends all the way to the edge of the setback line, and the condenser units we're proposing on the roof. Again, you can see that there in the conceptual and then in the preliminary. One of the things that we've done, and you can see it in here, is that we did an internal set of stairs in that back volume that just go up to a small storage area for the owners in the roof line of that back volume. And then the roof plan, and then the proposed roof plan, and you can see that the two carve outs on the back side of the roof on the total rear of the property to hide all the mechanical equipment. So this was the existing, the big change on the front elevation that we did is that we have masonry arches on the lower level below the piazza and at sort of at that entry tower element. And in the new proposal, we've moved that carved element all the way up to the top, and we feel like this really helps, particularly as it turns the corner on the property. And I'll show you that elevation in a minute. This shows the slightly elevated lawn that is at portico level, just behind the wall that would front Murray Boulevard. So that's just a little lawn terrace that would be just right behind that wall as you're sort of sloping up and stepping up into the house. As we go along the west elevation, this was the conceptual submittal, and you can see the condenser unit sort of screening on the left. And then our proposal on the right. And we sort of studied the windows a little bit, and some of that is a little bit of a response to the interior plans, but the elevations on this side are fairly similar. This is the existing rear, and then the proposed rear with those units screened. This section shows through the middle of the property, so kind of cutting through that pool terrace, which again is only about 16 to 18 inches from the adjacent grade on the side. This was the elevation, I think, particularly that pertained to consistency as far as massing and materiality that was of concern with the board and staff in the previous submittal. So this is the conceptual and the preliminary application. You can see the arched opening on the left sort of being carved out of the masonry section there. We've carried the masonry stucco around to the second volume, and we've also, the bearing point of that roof has moved in from a width standpoint so that that roof now is decidedly subordinate to the front volume, which was of concern. You know, this elevation is certainly one where it's responding a little bit to the interior program of the house, you know, with the kitchen there, but we treated that as a punched opening within the stucco element so that it sort of lessened the sensation of the windows jumping up and down along that facade. So if we go back to what was previously, there was a little bit more of a checkerboard pattern with up and down. But as we know in Charleston, you know, all these long facades, usually there's one that responds to where the stairs are and things like that. So they do kind of move up and down. But we feel like we've addressed the concerns as far as simplifying the massing as it and the fenestration as it relates to proportion and materiality as you turn the corner here. And then we started to look at building sections for how we're going to keep this thing as tight as possible to flood and still do the supported masonry. Our goal today is really to get sign off on the changes that we've made with regard to eaves and window alignment and things like that, so we can really dig into some of these details that this project is going to demand and need to move forward. And so we have just some basic sections. So I think that's pretty much it as far as the changes that we're proposing. And I'm happy to answer any questions that you may have. Thank you.
I have one on your section on 8.1, the breakaway wall that build out is plywood, ice and water, 1-inch rigid foam and stucco. What is the stucco?
We haven't identified that completely, but we would, we've had issues like, for example, with a lime wash stucco in the past and particularly out on the island. So we've been moving more towards a traditional stucco that we use a mineral paint on because we find that it holds the pigment better. But yeah.
And so that's a
traditional 3-coat or 2-coat.
That's correct, yeah,
Stucco.
yeah.
And on foam.
On in that particular location, because that's through the breakaway. Yeah. Which is, it hurts my soul a little bit to do it that way, but it's the only way to reasonably do that and still get the arches in the lower level. We could do it if we were doing square openings on the lower level, but.
Okay, I'm just curious about that construction with 3-coat masonry stucco on foam. I mean, I think there are a number of potential issues there, attachment, weight. I mean, I'm saying you can absolutely do it. Normally you would, in a more common way, you would have wire mesh. There would be a brake layer. Certainly there would be a waterproof layer of something, even thick fluid applied. Then normally there would be a felt layer to separate the stucco from the foam, because they're going to move in different directions. And 3-coat stucco directly on the foam board, you tend to get voids and bubbles. I mean, there are a lot of that's a tough detail to make work right and last a long time.
Sure, I think the concern we have is we're going to try to avoid having the articulation of the piers on the lower level as much as possible. And so the thought is to have a consistent material that can bridge across some of that, so that you have a static plane to attach that to. But it's certainly something that's going to require a little bit more research.
Yeah, and obviously the main part of the house is masonry on frame and stucco on masonry. And so you don't have a real issue with expansion joints and things like that, but you've got some pretty large expanses on that lower part that are stucco, and they're 3-coat stucco. I'm thinking there may be expansion joints in that somewhere. That's going to be a visible issue. Thanks.
Are you controlling?
Yeah, sure.
You could just look at the front elevation for a second. This is really minor, but stickler for graphic honesty. I think, wouldn't your 1-story addition sort of peek out on the?
There would be a smidge of it sticking out. That is correct. Yeah. It's so far back there. It's, sometimes it's visually disruptive to show that, but you're correct.
And then if you can go back to the driveway elevation,
Sure.
Are you proposing that one pair of windows is like recessed? Is that what those vertical lines are?
Yeah, we were thinking that maybe we do a slight reveal in the stucco there to sort of draw those two elements together. That's obviously in the stairwell, with the lower window obviously being in the stair that's coming up from down below.
Any other questions? Thank you. Laura?
There's only possibility.
It's just me. Laura Fay with the Preservation Society of Charleston. The PSC appreciates the applicant's continued study since the last meeting, which has resulted in positive changes. However, we are concerned that the board's previous conditions have not been completely met, namely to simplify and unify the design, especially with regard to the fenestration. The PSC continues to feel that reducing the number of fenestration types would lend to a more harmonious design language in keeping with the character of this highly visible streetscape. Thank you.
Frank, you could give the city staff comments and recommendations, please.
We do appreciate that there was some more uniformity in the fenestration. And we had an observation about the railing detail on the front, that it reads very dominant. He was thinking that a detailed drawing or rendering might help. So right now, I think it's just the way, we think it's just the way that it's reading within the drawing.
Do you know what it is?
She did want, To suggest further fenestration, further refinement of fenestration, fenestration should be more unified per previous board condition. And some examples are, the second bay from the left on the front facade varies on every floor. There's a consistent use of shutters should be applied. For example, on the front facade, third floor, 3 out of the 4 windows have shutters. Also, the shutters should be adequately sized and operable. Shutters on third floor paired windows, west elevation, do not appear to be appropriately sized. The first and second floor height and windows on west elevation should match. And the east elevation, second mass, but there should be 2 sets of paired windows instead of the faux window in between. Just the 2 sets on either side. I think it was a fireplace. I can't remember what it was. Staff recommendation is deferral with staff comments.
Use the stove.
Stove, thank you. I remembered kitchen. That was.
Did you want to respond?
Yes. Am I able to get back to the?
Yeah, absolutely.
How do I do that? My fault.
It gets kind of finicky once I start scrolling in and out.
Sure. Okay, so I'll just start from the front real quick. So, anytime, well, first of all, on the front. Oh, yes, okay, so, the front elevation that we're showing, essentially there's, a single door with side lights on either side on the first level and then a big picture window in the middle. So, it didn't feel like typically when you do a big picture window like that, it typically wouldn't have shutters. The French doors up above do have shutters. And then the windows up above are following that same light pattern, but they're actually splitting the entry hallway between entering the master bedroom. So we're keeping the elevation as symmetrical as possible. We also feel like, you know, from a second floor level piazza, it's going to be very hard to really ascertain that change. And we feel like it's a really balanced facade with regard to that. When we start looking at the shutter operability, in our world, and it's not labeled as such, but we will certainly improve on that in the future. Whenever we show a shutter like that with 2 windows ganged together, that is a double back shutter. So they're sized to appropriately close those openings. So that's an architectural thing that we take for granted, which obviously we probably shouldn't in our noting of the drawings. And that's the elevation. Again, we felt like the comments with regard to massing were primarily dealing with the roof line comparison of the front to the back. And then we strongly would argue that all houses in Charleston have at least one elevation where it's a little bit of a patchwork, particularly down the long elevation. You never see this house in this perspective. It's always a very oblique angle looking down the house. So we feel like we've taken steps to unify the fenestration along this elevation as much as possible. So I think that covers my rebuttal. I appreciate your time.
Thank you. All right, public comment and the applicant's presentation is now closed. So move into board discussion and a vote.
Just a few things. I think the building's gotten quieter than what it was. There's been a lot of positive changes. I think the front ground floor entry has improved a great deal. To me, before when it was in the archway, it was kind of crowded and not as identifiable. To me, it's much more prominent now. And what's happened above it as well, I think is a great improvement as well. The roof mass of the center building mass, I think that's lowering that, and that's gone a long way. So that center mass looking from the side elevation no longer reads as strong. It no longer takes away from the front portion of the building, that front mass. And also I think changing the material of that center mass is viewed from the side to stucco. It's making the house look less like a house that was added onto over time. So I think that was a very positive change as well. I guess that would be the east elevation. I argue against what's been said. I think that elevation just has way too much stuff going on. I think maybe I counted like 6 different window configurations or something on that elevation. So I do think that side still needs some quiet, it needs to be a little quieter. But overall, I think it's come a long ways.
I have nothing to add to what Bill said.
Summary.
I do agree with staff. I think, look at the front elevation. I think the front elevation has improved. I think railings as drawn there or as represented graphically are really, really overpowering. And I think in a way it takes away from the street presence of the building because, but for me, my eyes are drawn to the railing and not the building. I think it would be an improvement to simplify those railings and let the actual architecture of the building be a little more prominent than the railings. So I do agree with staff on the railings. But overall, I think it's the execution of this is going to be really important.
Is that more like to the point that this would be a good candidate to come back for a final review, or what do you think?
It's a pretty high profile spot.
Okay.
So I think it might not be bad to see it back, but I'm certainly happy to let it move on.
I mean, can't be sure, but sometimes it's easier to get final approval here and not have to wait through, let them have to worry about it during permitting. All right, so I'm gonna make a motion for preliminary approval with staff. Well, I kind of want to make your observation a condition. I don't know how to do that. Staff observation 1 and staff condition. We didn't talk about the window thing, but. Well, there's something in between the 2 windows that's like, is that what you're talking about at the kitchen?
Yeah, I think, BD called it a faux window, faux shutter, something like that.
Shutter.
There, yeah. I might have read it.
When you said staff observation 1, you want to encourage more uniformity?
Staff observation 2 is what I meant to say.
Oh, okay. I'm glad I clarified. 2, okay.
And then maybe just then a board condition to further simplify / unify the east, the fenestration on the east elevation.
And I'm sorry, did you adopt all the staff conditions or none of them?
I think in the end, I just did the 1 board condition. there anything else in staff conditions that you?
No, Edie really broke it down trying to help give direction. It was mostly about simplification.
Okay, so we have a motion on the floor for preliminary approval with staff observation number 2, which we'd like to be a condition. And a board comment to further simplify / unify the fenestration on the east elevation. Do I have a second to Julia's motion?
Second.
Bill? The motion to a vote, Fillmore,
Yeah, in favor.
Bill Huey,
Yeah.
Julia, no in favor, Bill Turner.
Yeah, in favor.
Chair votes the majority and the motion passed unanimously. Thank you. Do you have a motion to adjourn? Do you have a second? Thank you. All in favor? Good night.